Hi, I'm Christy Grove. I'm from Cypress Ranch High School, and I want to let you know I love learning technology. Technology is wonderful for campuses all throughout our district.
If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and have split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, how many of you thought you could only use emojis on your phone? Well, today I'm going to show you how to use emojis in any format. You simply click the Windows plus the period key, or you can click the Windows plus the semicolon key. You click the Windows key plus the period key, and up comes your emoji keyboard. So once you have your emoji keyboard up, you can use emojis on docs, spreadsheets, or even emails. So let's start expressing ourselves using fun emojis. Let's be a little extra.
Hi, I'm Julie Gasaway. I'm from Andre Elementary. I teach kindergarten. We're so excited to be here. Are y'all excited?
We're excited too.
where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Christy Grove. I'm from Cypress Ranch High School, and I want to let you know I love learning technology. Technology is wonderful for campuses all throughout our district.
If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and have split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with
Puedes
you
escribir en inglés
and a
rápido y
secret code.
confiadamente.
The link is for your attendance,
Con
and
las
the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, how many of you thought you could only use emojis on your phone? Well, today I'm going to show you how to use emojis in any format. You simply click the Windows plus the period key, or you can click the Windows plus the semicolon key. You click the Windows key plus the period key, and up comes your emoji keyboard. So once you have your emoji keyboard up, you can use emojis on docs, spreadsheets, or even emails. So let's start expressing ourselves using fun emojis. Let's be a little extra.
I'm from Andre Elementary. I teach kindergarten. We're so excited to be here. Are y'all excited?
We're excited too.
Greetings from the EdTech team!
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Christy Grove. I'm from Cypress Ranch High School, and I want to let you know I love learning technology. Technology is wonderful for campuses all throughout our district.
If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and I've split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15.
Hello.
Hello.
Oops, let me stop the video. There you go. Tammy's not gonna be happy with me. We are live. Hello.
Hello, we are back.
We are back. Welcome to the very first EdTech Live that we've had in person in a long time.
In a long time. Yes, and we're actually like in person.
Yes,
like we're not
look,
in our homes.
I can touch her.
Yes, like we're like literally right next to each other. So that is good.
It is good. It's been a really tough year, but we are here for you. We are super excited. This is the first time that we have, it looks like a mini conference.
It does.
It's-
2 channels.
Yes, so you have
Yes.
multiple choices. And if you don't watch them live, you can always go back and then watch the other 4 sessions at your own time and also get credit because the attendance forms closed at the end of the day on Sunday at midnight. So you have a chance to go back, get the codes, and submit for attendance. So let me introduce my awesome co-host, Danielle.
Hello.
She works with the math department. She's super famous, so I'm sure you already know her.
You might remember me from DLC videos. That's about it.
That's right. Chromebooks.
And iPads. And of course, you know, Super Manny, he also works with our EdTech team and he concentrates on LOTE. So he does a lot of content with them as well, but we love having his energy and excitement here on our team. I needed that first thing this morning. So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, I was like, let's crack a lacky. We were like laughing, like, do we have a hot mic right now?
What is happening? It is all good.
Yeah. So let me show you a few things that already happened in the video because I know you're gonna be emailing us next week, and I'm gonna tell you, sorry girl, but no. All right, so I am going to share my screen. I think it's the YouTube, right? Okay, so when you get into YouTube, this is what's gonna look like. You have the channel, and I have this paused. Notice that this is when we first started the live event, right? Because you can see Tammy back here. We're gonna go in the future, right? Because look, now we're here live. Notice that when I stop this, you still have all this that hasn't happened yet. So you can move it around. This is important because if you need to go to the restroom, if something happened, make sure you pause the live feed, pause it, and it will be waiting for you. We don't want you missing that code. Okay, and remember that code should not be on the chat because we're going to be looking at you to see if you're texting it or putting it on the chat, and we're going to remove it.
Yeah.
So make sure you have that. Take a picture, write it down, whatever you need to do, but make sure you get that code.
Yes, and it's super important to remember that if you pause, you can always rewind.
Yes.
If you think you missed something, you can rewind. You can even speed up to try to catch back up with where we are in the video. There's a way that you can speed up that Manny will show us now.
So here in the settings, when you click in the gear, you have this playback speed. I talk very fast. People always tell me that. But you can listen to me at 2 times the speed.
I don't think I'd be able to understand you.
And I'm sure we're going to text really fast. Or you can slow me down. So this is optional for you. I like to listen to people present at 2 times the speed. It's really fast, but I'm like, okay, I catch up.
But it's a great way to catch up. So if you
Yeah.
do have to pause for any reason and you don't want to miss anything, just click that pause and then you can always follow it at double speed if you want to catch up, or you can kind of scroll through and find back where we are. So don't worry about that. Always better to pause and not miss anything.
Right. And then we also have the closed captioning here available for you if you want. Alrighty, I will be showing you the attendance code sometime within the session. We're not gonna tell you when because we want you to actually pay attention. But it will be shown. I'm gonna stop the presenter for 2 minutes. How long?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. This is super
long time.
important because we say it every time. And I tell you, don't be emailing me next week. And I always get emails. Make sure you have the code. You have to have an email receipt, meaning that when you submit the form, you are going to have an email sent back to you saying, we receive your attendance form for that session. If you didn't get one, that's probably because you didn't put the code right or you didn't put your email right. So make sure you spell your email correctly, either inside SciFair or outside SciFair. We have 2 different forms. Make sure you click on the correct one and just put the code.
Yeah, just make sure you put that code in. And then if you do not get a receipt within an hour, then you probably need to submit again. And it's okay if the session's already over, just go back and submit. Like Manny said, you can go and watch sessions until tomorrow at midnight.
Yes, so please don't wait until Sunday at 11. I'm like, I didn't get a receipt back. Let me go do it right now. And then you email me on Monday. I'm like, oh, I tried to do it and I didn't get it. I might tell you. I don't know what to tell you, girl or dude. So we're letting you know in advance.
Yes.
But
all right.
Okay, that's enough of all this.
Yes. Done. We are done housekeeping now.
Done until, for this session. I'll say it again next session because you never know.
But we are excited to have our first presenter here. She is not a stranger to SciFair. We have had her present for us many times at our digital learning conference and at EdTech Live before. She is fantastic. Joining us all the way from Louisiana is Dr. Desiree Alexander. So hopefully there she is. Hello. Yay.
Yes.
We are so excited to have you.
You probably saw her on DLC or TCCA. She's super famous.
Yes.
She'll be talking to us about Cami and OMG. We bought Cami for every student in SciFair because they wanted it so bad. And like, why we don't have it? So we bought it. So if you are inside the district, just go to Cami and then log in with your CFIZ credentials and you have the premium version. But don't worry if you are not inside SciFair and you don't have Cami, she's going to show you which one has the premium features and the free version features. Alrighty, so are we ready? Because I'm excited to see what she's going to show on Cami. So, take it away, Dr. Desiree.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where you are. I know for most of us, it is morning. So good morning. I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can hop in and get started with the time that we have together today. Okay, so this is using Cami to improve engagement and interaction in the classroom. So it's not just simply a, basic Cami session, but I do want to show you just a couple of tips and tricks that you can use Cami to actually be more engaging with your lessons. So yay! Who am I? I am Dr. Desiree Alexander. I am the Regional Director of North Louisiana for a nonprofit. I'm also the founder CEO of Educator Alexander Consulting. And that just brings me around the globe, teaching teachers and teaching educational leaders and all that good stuff. Love what I do. Started my career as a 6th grade and 8th grade English teacher, high school English teacher, middle school librarian, high school librarian, and then district level instructional technology supervisor. And that has been my 19 years in education so far. And now I'm doing this, so yay. These are all of the different ways you can contact me. Also in the chat, in the YouTube chat, I have my Twitter link in there. I don't think they do hot links on YouTube, but the link is there. You can copy and paste it, but definitely follow me on Twitter. If you tweet about this session or post about this session, definitely tag me and we can continue the conversation about Cami. Okay, so I can put this up at the end as well, but honestly, if you can get to my website, which is educatoralexander.com, everything is on there. So you can find me and all kinds of good stuff on there. So why Cami? This is going to be, or meant to be, more of like a hands-on session that you can click while I'm clicking, but just a little introduction to Cami, just in case you have not used it before, or you know about it, but you just haven't really touched on it that much. So why Cami? It is a student and teacher engagement tool. It makes your lessons interactive. Most of us use it to annotate on top of fill in the blank. So to annotate on top of PDFs, to annotate on top of pictures. You can annotate on top of other things as well, but I think those are the two most popular things that we use it to annotate on top of. It is a freemium, so it's a free tool, but they do have paid aspects to it. I'm gonna show you a chart in a second that shows you the free and the paid. All of this information is on the Cami website, cami.com. So it is easy for all users and it integrates with your Google tools. It is more than just a PDF annotator, even though honestly, that's what we know it as. But there's so many awesome tools on Cami, especially if you have the paid one. And that's what I want to show you. I am going to be focused on the paid Cami since I know that the district has it. So if you don't have the paid Cami, just keep that in mind. I'm going to kind of point out like, well, this is a paid feature, but I am going to be focused on that. But it's so many different collaborative tools that you can use. So these are the free versus paid. Again, this is directly from the cami.com website. So it's not like I have any kind of secret stuff here, but just notice there's a lot more, paid things. What I like to say about Cami is the tools that you really want to use, like highlight, typing on it, writing on it, are free. So it really is, and it's not one of those tools where you hear freemium and it's like, well, everything's paid. It really is a great tool to use for free as well. So Cami tools across the curriculum, it really is a cross-curriculum tool that's really not like a, Cami for English and Cami for math. I mean, you can really use it for all of your different content areas, including inclusion. So using it to help your students with accommodations is awesome. And again, all of this comes from the Cami website. And speaking about using it with students with accommodations, it really is a helpful tool because we're about to hop into it right now to increase that engagement with your students who may need more hands-on accommodations and more personalized learning. It does also integrate with Google tools, mainly Google Classroom. I'm actually going to show you how to get to it from the extension and how to get to it from Google Drive. So with that being said, both of them kind of lead you to the same place. So let's hop in and get started. So if you want to work with me, I'm actually going to go to Google Drive and I have a PDF. So if you want to work with me, go ahead and pull up a PDF. That's what I'm going to be using with Cami. Now, I told you that they have a cami.com. You can go and find more information and all that good stuff. There's an extension and you can use it directly in your Google tools like Google Classroom and Google Drive. With the extension, you see I have my little K up here. You should be able to see that. If not, I'll move it down. There's my little K. With the extension, one of the newest things that just came out, you should have it. I think it's been released to everyone, is an EDU dashboard. So this brand new, if you haven't played with Cami within the last month, you may have not even seen this. But if you know the extension, you should just have 3 blocks like Google Drive, OneDrive, my computer, maybe like 2 other blocks. And that's all it had. You would click on it and open up whatever you wanted. Well, now you have a nice little dashboard here, including some trending resources, which I'm just like, yay. So they actually give you like bubble maps and things like that that you can use with your kiddos that they have created for you. So, I mean, yay to that, right? And then you see you have your learn box down here. So it helps you learn more about Cami. And Cami is something that you can become certified in. They have certification courses and all kinds of good stuff. So if you click on the extension and you don't see this, it is coming. So that's what I will say. It is a coming, but really, really awesome. So that's kind of when you go through the extension, what you see. I'm actually going to go to my Google Drive and just pull up a PDF as if I'm just using it. I'm just using it in my everyday life. But do check out these resources and the Learn section. There's some really awesome sharing Cami assignment. There's some really awesome stuff here. I'm just going to click on one just to show you. So like scavenger hunt. So they've already created this and you can just add to it and yay, yay, yay. Okay. So if you're working with me, we're going to pull up a PDF. I'm going to pull mine up in Google Drive. If you have any questions, please throw them in the chat and they're going to make sure that they get to me if they can't answer themselves in the YouTube chat. And I do have YouTube pulled up over here, so you may see me look to the side every now and then, but definitely throw those questions in the chat and I'll get to as many as I can. Okay. So I'm going to open up a PDF, and because I have the extension already downloaded, I can come to open with Annotate with Cami. Now, if you're going to be using this with your students, you want to make sure you have the Cami extension downloaded and your students have the Cami extension downloaded. So you want to make sure everybody has Cami so it can work seamlessly. So I'm going to click Annotate with Cami, and it's going to bring me into the Cami screen. Now, depending on how much you use Cami, it may ask you to log into your Google account again. I will say, when I first started using Cami and I would use it kind of sporadically, it would ask me to log into Google more often. And it was kind of annoying. I would click on a button and you'll say, log into Google. I'm like, I'm already logged in. But the more I started using it, the less that happened. So I don't know if it's just like a little kind of glitch at the beginning or if it's something. I've been using Cami for a while now, so it may have been something, during that ancient time that would happen and it doesn't happen anymore. I'm not sure, but I did want to kind of say that. So this is Cami. So you have your toolbar down here with a bunch of stuff on it. Of course, with the little time we have together, we're not going to go through every single thing, but we're going to focus on engagement. So I am going to be kind of moving my screen a little bit because I want you to also see the stuff that's up here. So if I move this down, these buttons are super important as well for Cami. And that's actually where we're going to start. So I have a document that's about 5 pages long. And the first thing I want to show you is split and merge, because before we get our students engaged, we have to make sure that we are comfortable giving them what we actually want to give them. So split and merge is such an amazing tool. And honestly, I use split and merge even if I'm not going to be using Cami for the actual assignment. It's just a teaching tool that I can use. So for split and merge, it is going to be up here. So I want to make sure that you can see it. So when I come here to the menu, the first thing you see is split and merge. Okay, so if you're working with me, we're going to come to the hamburger, the 3 lines, and we're going to click split and merge document. Again, sometimes they'll tell you to log in right here. That's okay, breathe through it. Just go ahead and log back into Google and you'll be fine. So the cool thing about split and merge is you can take a PDF and split up the pages. So if you've ever had like this long packet of information and you're like, oh my goodness, I only need page 5. You put it on Google Classroom and you tell your students only do page 5. And then of course they do page 6, right? So this way you can just say, I only want page 5 and save it as a separate document. You can even say, I want page 5 and page 10 together and save it as a separate document. So that's the split feature. The merge feature is how you can actually merge multiple PDF documents together. So really awesome, because sometimes, again, I'm kind of old school too. We used to just get the packets and go to the copy machine and, paste it together like Frankenstein, but now we can use Cami to do that. So let me show you how to do it. So I'm going to do split first. So I have one document and I just want to split. So my document is down here. So I'm just going to click next. Notice that it shows me all of the pages of my document. Now, if I have a document with like 50 pages, it may take a second to load all the pages, but do know that they're all there. So you may just have to wait maybe a good minute for you can actually see the snapshot of all the pages. And you would just scroll down to see all the rest. So notice it says drag and drop pages. I also can come here and just delete pages. So if I'm like, okay, I really don't want this first page, I can just hit the trash can, delete it, and then go ahead and save it from here. But I'm going to drag and drop. So I only want these charts. I don't want the rest of this stuff. So I'm going to say I want page 5 to be first, and then I want page 4. And notice I can put page 2, and you can just, it's really just drag and drop. You can put that back up there, drag and drop what you want to. Someone asked me a really good question one time when I was teaching this, and they were like, well, can you copy the page? What? So yes, you can. So if you wanted to make like multiple different packets, we used to have to kind of come back in here and do it over and over again. But notice this little button down here and now says, I think it says copy. My big mouse is too big. I can't see what it says. It says clone page. So if I clone the page, now I can come here and say, well, I want this in here, clone again, but I also want it in a new packet. So, I mean, you can go crazy with this, y'all, and just make what you want to make. So then notice you can do a file name. So I'm just going to say that this name is AAAAA, and then you can say export. So when you export, you can either open it back in Cami because maybe you want to do some stuff to it. I usually just save it in my Google Drive. You can also download it as a PDF. I'm just going to save it in my Google Drive, and notice I have a select folder. So I can save it in my drive, select the folder. I'm just going to save it in my normal drive. And I'm going to hit continue. And it's going to say like, awesome sauce, or you rock, or rock on. All right. And now that is saved to my drive. So I have made a whole new PDF in like 2 seconds, and I'm ready to go. So in my Google Drive, I may have to refresh. Nope, I don't even have to refresh. So this is my AAA PDF, and it's only the documents that I wanted. Isn't that awesome? So that is how you split. And notice there's merge mode. Again, you used to have to kind of go out and come back in. You don't have to do that anymore. So you can just click merge mode, and notice you have like your big plus sign, kind of like the old Google Classroom, if you remember that. So you can come here and I can say, yeah, I also want to bring in another PDF, like maybe the AAA PDF. Why not? So I'm going to bring in another PDF, and now I can start merging these. So if I go to, may have to move this down. No, it's not showing me my pages. Let me go to split and see. I'm gonna do it right here since it didn't work the way that I know that it should work. So I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna say next. Oh, it says 2 files removed. I'm so sorry. What am I doing? Okay, so I have my 2 files added. That's what it should do. And then it should show me all of the documents. I don't know if I am. Oh, this is it. I'm so sorry. I think I did that last time. I just wasn't realizing it was what it was supposed to do. Okay, so when you do this, you see how it's 2 separate documents, and then you can go to split mode. You have 1 document up here, 1 document up here, and now I can just add both documents together, remove stuff, and save it. I think it did that the first time. I just wasn't realizing it was the 2 documents. So there you go. So that's how you can merge them together. So you can come here, add as many PDFs as you want to, and then copy, move, drag what you want to, and then save it. So you also have a big export all button up here. So that's really cool because you can export all of them at the same time, and you don't have to do one by one. So I'm going to come back and go back to main app because you see that there's no way to really, let me make my screen a little bit smaller. See how there's no way up here to kind of get back to the main app. So you're going to come to the hamburger, and go back to main app. Okay, so that I'm back to my dashboard, just like if I would have did the extension. And then notice I have my recents, so I can just come here and click back into what I was working on in the beginning. Okay. All right. So there's other things up here that you do want to focus on. One that gives me a little bit of trouble when I'm dealing with students sometimes is the auto save. So if you see the save button up here, you do have the option to tell it to auto save, but sometimes it doesn't. So I always tell my students, like if they click off of it and it says all changes are not saved, to just come here and click save. They can just click the button to save it. It should again auto save, but just in case you do have that button up there, so I do like to show you that. And then you have kind of your other normal buttons, like I want to download it, I want to print it, and a bunch more stuff under here that we may or may not get to, because that's kind of getting into like a Cammy's basics, and I want to go into engagement. Okay. So you have all of your different tools over here. Some of these are going to be free and some of these are going to be paid. Split and merge is unfortunately a paid thing. So when you're talking about using this for engagement and using it for differentiation and different things like that, I want to show you a quick tip about how you can edit a PDF, and you can also show this trick to your students as well. So I have this PDF. I just got it offline. I just use it to present. But maybe there's something on here that I don't want, that I actually want to delete. It's really, you know, Cammy is not like a PDF editor, like a Adobe, but there is a trick to how you can do this. So the trick is we're going to use a shape, and you can do this completely for free. Shapes are free. So I'm going to use a shape. And I'm going to use a rectangle, and I'm going to use white because my background is white. Okay. Now you do have other colors here. Let me move this. You do have other colors here. So you can kind of get to the like specific color of your background, but there's always the picker, which is really, really nice. And that can help you choose the right color for your background. But mine is really easy because my background is white. So I'm gonna choose the rectangle and choose white. And then when I come here to stroke thickness, this is the one thing that you just have to remember, is I need to come here and change it to fill. Okay, so where it says stroke thickness, you want to change that to fill. So when I change it to fill, now I have, you can think about it almost like an eraser. So I can get rid of stuff. If I don't want this over here, done. If I don't want this A, done. So however big or small it is, done. So you can erase stuff and edit your PDF. It's actually still there. All you did was put a shape over it. So if I did undo, 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 it's going to be, you know, bringing all that stuff back. But is really awesome because now you can kind of make it what you want to, and your students can do the same thing. So keep that in mind. And if you do want to do this, and I mean, it's like a big blank weird spot at the top, you can add a picture in there, or you can add a text box and type right over it. So you don't have to leave the big empty space looking really weird. You can put a text box right over it. Yay. All right, so I'm going to get rid of some of the stuff that I just did. Okay, so there you go. Other stuff on here that you probably want your students to use, especially when you start thinking about being a little bit more engaging and creative in your assignments. So because and if you have the paid Cammy, definitely don't sleep on comments, especially when you're dealing with your students and you want to make it more engaging. So not only can you do different types of comments, but your students can as well. So think about, I want to give them this assignment, but I actually want to give them some directions with it. Well, we know that some of our kiddos are really good with reading directions and some of them are really not. So again, when you're just thinking about engagement or just thinking about differentiation, you can use a video comment or a screen capture comment. Screen capture is good for everybody, but really for like math where you have to show them, you want to actually show them what to do. Perfect. So for free, you can do text comments. So just like in Google, you can click on something and type the text comment in here for free. But if you have the paid version, you have a lot more options. Remember, this is not just for you to use, but for your students to use. So look at this. If I wanted to come here, right, I'm going to do a video comment. I'm going to turn, it's probably not going to let me do video because I'm on the video for Zoom. I'm going to turn it off for Zoom. So when I come here and I do a video comment and I click on what is a lesson, I'm going to, it's recording right now. So I'm going to say, hey, everybody, I really want you to talk about what is a lesson. But instead of typing your answers, I want you to do a video answer so I can see your answer through video. Done. So now I have my video directions right here. And you know that our students are way more likely to listen to directions and definitely more likely to watch directions. So you see how easy that was. I just clicked on it. I clicked on where I wanted to attach. It's not like Google where you have to highlight. We don't have to highlight, but I just clicked where I wanted it to attach. And if it's kind of over, you can move. You saw it was like over what is a lesson. So I can just move this little dot, and I can change the color of the dot. But now my students can sit here and listen. I'm going to blah, blah, to the directions. And then now they can do their own. So they can do their own videos or they can do a screen capture. So the screen capture is going to actually capture what you do on the screen. So see where it says, hey, do you want to share your entire screen? I'm not going to do it right now, but you can actually show your screen and say, this is what I want you to do. So this is how I want you to do that math problem. Now I want you to do it. But guess what? I don't want you to just answer the math problem. I want you to screen capture it so I can actually see you doing the work. What? Think about how much more engaging that is. Because not all, but a lot of our students really love to record themselves, right? So why not use it for educational purposes? And you see, again, I hate to be like, it's so easy. I know tech people say that and you're like, it's not. But I mean, it's really just sitting here, right? You just click on it, you click and you record. So there you go. Thinking about using those things for not only like differentiation and things like that, but also for engagement. So do not sleep on the comment button. There's a lot there that you can use. The next thing I want to show you is I have a packet, right? But I want my students to have like a page for them to work on. I may want them to have a blank sheet of paper to write their essay on or whatever the deal may be. What we used to have to do is you would use split and merge. So you would save like a blank sheet of paper as a PDF and the packet, and then you would put the blank sheet of paper in the packet. It worked just fine, quite honestly, but we have a better way to do it now. So we can scroll down, and this is a strictly paid thing, and you have the plus sign. I do want to do a little tangent about paid. When you first create your Cami account, you will be in a trial. So if you look at it and go, that lady was crazy, all this stuff is free, you're in the trial. So the trial is going to go away, and then you're going to see little golden locks on stuff. So just to let you know. But there's an awesome plus sign. So you have to scroll all the way down to whatever the end of your packet is, and the plus sign will be hanging out. So if you click the plus sign, this is how you can add extra pages. So super easy for you to do, to add those things in there for your students to be more engaged right here in the packet. And you don't have to tell them, open up the PDF and then go to a Google Doc and then blah, 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 right? So you can come here and you can choose either portrait or landscape, and you can choose different types of pages. And of course you can say, how many do you want to add? So you have a blank page, which is the most popular. That's why it's first. But you have a lined sheet of paper, which depending on what you're doing, like if you're typing, it can be a little because I mean, they have to like get the little cursor right in the line, and that can be a little, especially for your type A people, it's like, you have grid paper and you have lined music sheets. So there you go. You can say which one you want to add. I'm just going to add a blank sheet of paper. I'm going to leave it on portrait. I'm going to click add, and now I'm going to have a blank sheet of paper right here at the bottom of my packet. Ta-da! Now, if you think, well, Desiree, I don't want it at the bottom of my packet, what do I do? Oh, I think I'm still on comment. Yeah, let me change it to select. I don't want it at the bottom. What you are going to have to do is go into split and merge, because if you want it to be in a different area, you're going to have to drag it to that area. If there's another way to do it, I have not found it, because I would love to find it, but that's how you're just going to come to split and merge. Continue to split and merge. I don't have to do anything. I'm just going to click next. I'm going to move this blank piece of paper to wherever I want it and open in Cami, because I still want to continue to work on it. Done. So now that blank sheet of paper will be exactly where I want it. So you see how all of this stuff can work together for you to create these really, really awesome work areas for your students. So before we do something else, I want to look at add media. So this is another actually paid tool, but this is how you can actually put videos and emojis and stickers and all that kind of stuff in your Cami assignment. Again, one of those things that you don't want to sleep on. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to say open YouTube so I can find a video. Hey, that'd be awesome. Put this video in it. So I'm going to say, I'm going to click the share button to get my video. And now I'm going to say add media. I'm just going to add it wherever I was. YouTube. I can paste the link here. There we go. You have to give it a second. And then next. And there you go. So now I have a video. I'm going to stop right here though, because I want to make sure that we have time to talk about attendance. And then we'll come back and talk more about the video. I was trying to get through all of it, but I know I'm not going to. So I'm going to be quiet.
We were just talking about it. So you are on top of things. Look at that. Here is your code. And we're going to be putting the links in the chat so you can just click on it. Either you are in district or out of district. We have been answering questions on the chat. And people are super, oh, I'm looking at this camera and it's this camera. I feel like I'm in a TV show. We have been answering questions. People are super excited about Cami.
Definitely. There's been a lot of really great comments, and they love the new dashboard. Awesome.
Yes, I was like, I haven't even seen it. I knew about it. I just haven't been in it. Yeah. But yes, make sure you take a picture, write it down. This is the code that you need. Please do not put it in the chat. If somebody is asking, where is the attendance? Where is the code? You cordially tell them you need to go back and find it within the video. Don't give it to them. So yeah, so we have what? 1 more minute on this code. Did you put the? I
did.
Okay.
Yep. See, the links are in there. So all you have to do is click and fill out your form. Or if you want to wait and do it all at the end, just make sure you write down this code somewhere, and then you can fill out your forms later.
Yeah.
Up to you.
So, well, and the commercial Tammy suggested not to close the form tab, because it's the exact same form that you'll need for the next session. You're just going to have the new code.
Uh-oh, they're saying that the link does not work. Okay, we are going to check on that. Is that the in district one or out of district one?
Well, we'll get it fixed.
We will fix
just
that.
Make sure
Write
you
down
get the
your
code.
Write
You
down
have
your
to have the code. You can submit all the way until tomorrow at midnight, Sunday at midnight. But we will have it figured out. Once Dr. Desiree goes back, we're gonna skedaddle and get that fixed. But make sure you have this code. All righty. So it is 9:32. I'm gonna remove the code. So make sure you have it written down or take a picture, because I'm gonna take it off and Dr. Desiree is gonna go back.
And we're gonna keep problem solving, so
Yes.
don't worry.
All righty. So stop share and it's all back on you.
Woohoo! Okay, so looking at the video, I was like, I have a minute. Can I do everything with the video? Of course I can't. But now we're gonna go back to the video, and I'm gonna show you how I did that again, because I shouldn't have been trying to rush to do that. I should have just stopped. So I went to find my YouTube video. You do have to actually go and get the share link. So it's not like you can like search right there in Cami, but I can come here. This is the correct share link when you're talking about YouTube videos. It's not the link up here. It's not the URL. So you would just come to the share button, click copy, and then I'm going to come back to my Cami. I think this is the one I was actually working on. There's my blank page at the bottom. I don't know which one I was working on. I have too many windows open. But I can come here and add media and add my YouTube. So notice I have to paste the URL there and then give it a second. Sometimes I click this. I don't know if that makes a difference. Maybe it does. I get impatient. I click it every time. But I want to show you this. So that's why I went back to it. Set start time. So if you know videos in Google Slides, how you can tell it like when you want it to start and when you want it to stop, you kind of have half of that in Cami. So you can't tell it when to stop, but you can tell it when to start. So if you're like, well, I don't want the whole video, I only want it from like 30 seconds on, then you can say, start at 30 seconds. You can just type it in. But what you can't do is tell it when to end. So just keep that in mind. But you can set when you want it to start. So you can go ahead and click next. And notice how it's like, hey, I don't know where you want this video. So you can just click it whenever you want. So if I want to put it with like this parts of a flow lesson, I can click it. And then I can come here and make it a little bit smaller. I don't want you to start. I can make it a little bit smaller. So look how awesome this is, because now, all right. So welcome to, I'm trying not to start it. So now I can move it exactly where I want it to. And look how awesome this is. So they have like a little video right here, right where they need it. I don't even have to put it in the comments or anything like that. It's like part of the PDF. And the cool thing is if your students are like, that's too small, I can't see it. They have the, make it full screen button right here. And they also have the option of pulling it and making it bigger. Now, that may be hard depending on the grade level of your student, but again, just giving you some options for engagement. So you can put that video right here and you're done. How awesome is that? Everything in one spot. So you don't have to say, click this link to go here and go here. No. You got it all in one spot, you're good. And like we did, if I want to take this and move it to like that blank sheet of paper. So now, I think I did that too quickly. Yeah, it's like, where are you trying to go so quick? Go a little bit slower so it can move with me. Oh, it's not letting me move it to the other page. Okay, well. I would have to add it again to that page and drop it. But if you put it on the blank sheet of paper and you think about using your text box to put directions or even another video on the side, you're really creating an entire assignment right here in Cami, where, like if we're thinking about using Google Classroom, you put the link to the video, the link to the document, the link to put it all right here in Cami, and not links to it, embed it right here in Cami. So they don't even have to like click the link and it brings them to the YouTube video. So just keep that in mind. There's also other stuff here to add for media. So you do have your Google image search, which is really nice. Even though you can't search YouTube, you can search your images. So if I come here and say, I'm looking for, let's say a cat, I can choose whatever cat I want to choose. I'm just double clicking the cat. And just like with the video, it's like, hey, where do you want to drop him at? So I'm just gonna drop him on the blank sheet of paper, and there you go. So really awesome to add those images. If you think about it, even adding images to your PDF, may make it a little bit more engaging than just like all the black and white. And of course, you have your stickers, which you can think about as almost like Bitmoji kind of stickers. There you go. And you see that it is like a GIF, like a movable picture. So have fun with using these things. I'm gonna move on to the other stuff, but have fun with using these things. And again, you're not the only one that can use them. Have your students use them. Have your students incorporate this. Hey, we're talking about photosynthesis. I need you to find a photo that goes with this, whatever we're talking about with photosynthesis. I need you to find a picture and add the picture in the PDF. They can do that. So you can bring in all of this different media that your students can now do as the assignment with their PDF. It's not just for annotation. It's not just for highlighting and typing on it. But I do want to show about highlighting and typing on it, just in case that is something that you want to do. So you have all of your different kind of normal tools right up here in this second box. Most of these are going to be free. I will say the equation is not, so I'm sorry for my math people, but it is a paid thing. But for markup, you have your highlighter, your freehand, and your box highlighter. I think freehand is the new one. But I always use the box highlighter just because I find it a little bit easier to highlight things and highlight like even little things. I like the box highlighter. It's just a personal preference, but you do have the text highlighter, but you see it does stuff like that. It's probably just me, y'all, but I always mess up the text highlighter. So I do like the box highlighter. And then now you have your freehand highlighter. What? So this is kind of cool because of course they can use it for highlighting, but if they're not really straight, it's going to make your students a little bit anxious. But using it for drawing, using it for other stuff, yes. So you do have your freehand highlighter now, which is really awesome. And of course, you can come down here and choose all of your different colors and things like that. For your text box, you can choose the different color of the ink, and you can choose the different font size, but it works just like a text box on any other product. So if your student, you want them to answer this question, they can click it and then just type in their answer. I do want to show you one thing about using the text box though, and that's the amazing toolbar that's up here. So I know my little picture may be blocking some of the toolbar, so I'm going to bring it down just a little bit and bring it over. What? All right, so look at this toolbar, familiarize yourself with the toolbar so you can help your students with the toolbar. So it's a lot more than just text and just the font. So you have emojis here, you have some of your math like subscript and superscript and all that good stuff. You also have your voice typing. A lot of people don't even know that Cami has voice typing. It does. So if I wanted to voice type, I can click right here. And again, this is a paid thing. I'm sorry. But again, like markup, comment, shapes, like all of that is free. So what you really need is free. But there's a lot of cool paid stuff. So I'm going to click on voice typing, and I may have to mute myself on Zoom. We'll see. But I'm going to click on voice typing. And now I am going to speak, and it is going to type for me, period. What? So that's voice typing. It did keep the same font and the same size. So of course you can always highlight and change those, or you can choose it. I usually tell my students to choose it first so they don't have to keep doing all that editing, but they do have voice typing and it's right here on the toolbar, but you have to go to text box first. So go to text box first, click it, and then you'll see voice typing. You also have hyperlinks. So if you want to, or if you want your students to add something and hyperlink it to somewhere else, you have that sitting right here on your text box toolbar. There's a lot more, but again, I'm just showing you a couple of things. again, to help with that engagement. Like shape feel, yay, you have that too. So if you needed to make like really, you want to do directions, but you wanted them to stand out, then you can of course shade the box in a different color and things like that. So there you go. I see somebody popped on the screen. I'm like, want to make sure that, oh, I was like, wait, is this something? Okay, I thought maybe we needed to talk about attendance or something. Okay, signature. Now, this is one of those things that you may not use a whole bunch depending on your job title and your role. But I know I will always have to like sign stuff, and I really like that I can use the signature, and this is a paid feature, but I can actually do an electronic signature. You see my horrible signatures. I'm going to delete those while I'm talking. But you can come here and sign stuff electronically. So when you talk about upload image, you can actually like sign a sheet of paper, take an image of it and upload it as an image. But you can also just draw your signature. You can also do it on your phone. So if I draw a signature, I can come here and say, this is my signature, like it, you better love it. And I can upload it and insert to sign whatever it's going to act. It's like the picture and all that. But I can come here and sign something. So if somebody would send me a PDF and they're like, Desiree, please print this out and sign it. No, because it's 2022. So close enough. But so no, I'm going to do an electronic signature. So I'm going to open it in Cami. I'm going to do an electronic signature and you're going to get it right back. So really awesome. Again, it may be something that you're like, that's not ready for students, or I don't know, but it is something that's a really awesome feature. So I want to show it to you. Okay. So markup, comment, text box, equation. So when we're looking at equation, there's all types of symbols that you can use if you are dealing with math or music. So you heard that we have the music paper. So these are all of your musical notes and things like that. So keep in mind that you have all these and you can do them in different colors as well. And then you have your eraser, you have your read aloud. Let's look at that right quick. I am horrible with highlighting in Cami, as you can see.
List the uses for Tricon hardware. Identify the three main processor controllers.
All right.
Create a block diagram complete.
So hopefully you heard that, but you do have read aloud sitting right here. So you don't have to use Cami and read and write, or, you know, like two different things. You have a read aloud feature, which is a paid feature, and you can change the speed of it. Like they were talking about in YouTube, you can change the speed of it right here. Then you have dictionary and you have select. So really select is just if you, like you saw when I was on something else and it wouldn't let me move it. So I came and hit select. That's what that's for, to just help you select stuff a little bit easier. So with our last 5 minutes, what I'm going to do is see if we have any questions. I want to make sure to give you time to ask whatever you wanted to do. There's a lot of stuff on here, but again, my focus was less on like, this is Cami brand new, and more on this is Cami brand new, but you can also use it for engagement. So all these different awesome tools that you can use for engagement. So do we have any questions?
We have been answering all the questions.
Yay.
We were able to do it. Like we know, Cami. There were some things that I learned today. I always learn something new. Even though I know the tool, I still go to sessions because you're always learning. I learned that from Dr. Dawn, which is next.
She is next.
She's next.
But no, there really wasn't any questions. They were just super excited about some of the features that you were showing. So, I mean, I definitely learned some things too.
That split and merge.
Split and merge.
That looks like Adobe. I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah. And it makes things easy because it's all in one place. And especially coming from the math world, I loved that you could do that video commenting and the screen capture that allowed them to actually show their work and talk at the same time. We're always looking for ways that students can show their work. So I loved that. Yeah,
when I was a teacher in elementary, my bilingual students, it's hard for them to type but they can definitely speak the English because it was limited English that they have. They can totally tell you, they just can't type it or write it or anything like that, or read it sometimes, but they can tell you. And that video feature, which is available for all SciFair, hint, hint. Yeah, it's super excited. So thank you for showing us all of those cool features in Cami.
Yes.
Of course. I'll just say with my last couple of minutes, do play with the hamburger. Because there's other stuff like rotating your page clockwise or counterclockwise, which can really help if you have that like one page that looks weird because it's in the wrong format. You can rotate it here. You can restore all of the annotations or delete all. These are features that teachers were asking for. They kept asking for, like, how can I delete all the annotations? Like, I've done all this stuff. Yeah. And oh my goodness, I just was playing around. Now my thing looks crazy. So you can come here and just delete all annotations. And there you go. I just deleted everything that I just did in, on this document. So you can delete all. You can also restore all. You can jump to certain pages, especially if you have like that 50-page document. You can jump to different pages. You can also do a 2-page view, which is really helpful for your kiddos if they need to read something and then do something on the side. Yeah. You have to. So don't sleep on the hamburger. There's a lot of awesome stuff on here that can help you and your students, even presentation mode. So now I'm in presentation mode on Cami. So lots of awesome stuff on here to check out.
Well, thank you. That's I love the portrait and landscape at the same time, that it lets you do it. So some people were asking for the code. So sad for you. You're gonna have to go back and get the code. We put the links for the attendance. They are working now.
Yes, I'm so sorry. That was on me. I was being lazy and I need to not do that. I need to copy them individually and paste them in there for you guys. So I think what happened was it grabbed part of the out of district as the first link. So I've deleted that. The link that is in there now, and I'm going to put it in there again in a second, that one will work. So make sure you do that. And if you miss the code, just rewind back and watch for that code. We will not be putting it in the chat.
Yes, thank you for nobody put it in the chat. Thank you.
Yes.
I was gonna say something I forgot. Oh, we're gonna put a link on how to choose your session. So just click on that bit.ly choose your session, and you will see who is next in each channel. So in our channel, we're gonna have Dawn and Jamae using custom forms using Adobe Acrobat. And in the other channel, we're gonna showcase math whiteboard, which is free.
It's super cool. So both of those are great sessions. So you're going to have to pick, but then good thing you can always go back and watch the other one and get credit for it as long as you submit that attendance before midnight tomorrow.
You don't get FOMO.
FOMO is real. It is real, for real.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Desiree.
so much.
Bye. We will see you on the hour. Oh. I didn't put the new commercial. I don't think I put the commercial. I'm gonna put the same commercial.
If you want your text to stand out in your presentation, you can add word art. You come up to Insert and click on Word Art. Then you type in your text. And once your text populates, you have a couple different options of ways you can customize your word art. You can change the fill color, the border weight, and even the font choice. Word art is inserted as an image, so to resize, you would just grab the corners and resize.
EdTech Live. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
When you add a text box in Google, the default font is Arial, but you can change that. If you come up to the top and you click on the down arrow right next to your font, you will see more fonts. When you click inside of there, you have some different search options to find your fonts, or you can just scroll through the list, put a check next to the one that you would like to add to your fonts, and then click on OK. If you want your text to stand out in your presentation, you can add word art. You come up to Insert and click on Word Art, then you type in your text, and once your text populates, you have a couple different options of ways you can customize your word art. You can change the fill color, the border weight, and even the font choice. Word art is inserted as an image, so to resize, you would just grab the corners and resize.
Welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch.
Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I figure out the video at the end. I'm like, oh. Well, there's multiple videos happening at the same time.
We have lots of different commercials with lots of different tech tips for you. So
Yes.
he had to find the new commercial, but we
On one
are
screen.
on track now. So we're super excited about our next session.
We have Dr. Dawn Yonke, which she is, oh my gosh, a superstar. She is a former EdTech specialist for SciFair, and she was an amazing mentor of mine. Well, she mentored me, not me. I don't know. Love her.
You were a mentee and she was the
there you
mentor.
go. Mentee, that's the word. English right here.
She thought she could get rid of us when she retired. That
Wrong.
is so not the case.
You were wrong. Let me see.
No.
Is she here?
Yeah, where are they?
Right here.
I
need
wanna
to
see
admit
'em.
them.
Here
There
they
you go.
are.
You'll see him in a little bit. And Jamae, what's up with Jamae? You need to introduce her.
Well, I want to see her beautiful face before I introduce her.
There you go. She just needs to turn her camera on.
Yes. Let's
There
get
you
their camera on. There they are. Hello. Yes. So Dawn, did you hear us saying that you thought you were getting rid of us?
Yes, I did hear that.
You thought wrong.
We're just going to keep pulling you back. You can't leave us, Dawn. We love you too much. But and then you also have your buddy, Jamae Johnson, who is still a part of our EdTech department. And
She's like, oh my gosh.
and she works primarily with our primary students, but you can see Jamae running around here doing everything all the time. So we are so excited to have these two fantastic presenters. And today they're going to show us how to use Adobe Acrobat DC to create custom forms to use with students and parents.
That looks very cool. Like, how do you fill in and you type in and you do the signature?
I think
very
that
professional.
Jamae had to do that for me for a lot of the DLC presenters. So I know that she is an expert at this. She has saved me many, many times with those contracts. So I'm excited.
Yay.
All right, good. You guys ready?
Always.
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 All righty, we'll take it away.
All right. Well, first we'd like to welcome you. We know during this busy time of the year, there's so many other things that you could be doing. So we want to thank you for being here during our session. We hope by the end, we're going to show you this piece that's inside Adobe Acrobat DC. And the piece that we're focusing on today is forms. Jamae's pulling it up right now. Okay. I am Dawn, and for those of you all probably know Jamazing.
Hello, guys.
So Adobe Acrobat DC has been in our district in SciFair for a very long time, and it's a very powerful tool. It's actually an easy nut to crack open, but the piece we're focusing on today is actually the forms piece, and it's very useful. So I think it'll be worth your time today if you hang in there with us as we walk you through forms.
Okay, in our district, we are so fortunate to actually have Acrobat DC, which is Adobe Acrobat DC. But the way we get to it in our district is that we have a portal called Avanti. So when you click on the Avanti, you're going to go and you're going to be able to see that there's the icon for the Acrobat DC, not the reader, but the actual Acrobat. And it will take a little moment to download. So once it downloads, then you'll be able to use it. But one thing that I do know is that I've had people say, you know, it's asking me to do my personal. So if it does, remember that it's our district. So you're going to do enterprise. Just make sure it's with your SciFair credentials. Okay.
Very good. And before we really get started, I really wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the what and whys of PDFs and Word documents, because there's still misconceptions out there. So the first thing is a PDF is a universal file format, and a lot of people don't understand that. That means that a PDF can be opened on any computer anywhere. And when we are delivering documents, Word documents to home, one of the misconceptions is that we think that everyone can open a Word document, and that's really not true. So a PDF is the best way to deliver a document to your students, right?
Especially if you're using different devices like a Mac or, you know, just a regular laptop. So that kind of keeps everything, you know, together.
Good. And the next thing is PDFs do not require specific software to open. So that makes that universality about it.
Yeah.
PDFs do not change format when they're open. That's very nice if you've ever opened someone's Word document and all of a sudden when you open it on your device, it's 2 pages long instead of 1 page long. That happens a lot, and that's formatting. When you save as a PDF, it standardizes it. So your 1-page document remains a 1-page document no matter where you open it.
Because we don't want things shifting or images placed in different places and all that. So you're right, PDF keeps it nice and compact.
Right. Another advantage to PDFs. Also, Word documents are a great place to start because as educators, we work in Word all the time. So our productivity and speed of doing things in Word's a lot easier. So feel free to still create in Word because you can even now do a file save as a PDF in Word if you want to convert it right away to a PDF.
And I believe even if we're Google users too, you can do a Google Doc and then download it and then upload it as a Word too. So, you know, if we can stay contained, you know, it'll be good. But I really like the fact that you're saying, you know, do it in one environment and then convert it to PDF, right?
Yep. Always keep your original if you're making it in Word, because I will tell you it is so much easier to do your edits in a Word document than in the PDF, even though Acrobat DC really makes editing a PDF easy. It's still easier to save your original Word document and not just the PDF once you change it. Because if you ever want to go back and make major changes, working in the PDF in the Word doc is so much easier. Wouldn't you agree?
I totally agree. And I've had to do that several times before. So yes, keep the original somewhere so that you could always go back and reference it and make those edits as needed. So
what kind of things, Jamae?
I don't know. I think we could do like permission slips would be an awesome way to do a PDF form because today we're talking about custom forms.
Right.
How about a quiz?
Quizzes can be done that way. I do recommend, since y'all, most districts have the Google environment, Google Forms really make better quizzes because it collates at its, if all the rights have been turned on inside Adobe Acrobat, it can collate, but all those rights usually aren't turned on for districts.
And other types of forms from like book forms or anything in the classroom too. If you have somewhere where you're trying to get information and you want to have a form of that sort, like field trips and all that, all the forms that you would typically have to have the paper copy, you can now have it digital and everything. It could be nicely, you know, kept that way. Since that's where we're going into the digital world.
And we'll even look at some assessment, how it might look there too today.
All right.
So if there's anything that you remember today, I hope that you will remember once you're in Adobe Acrobat DC, go to Tools, Forms and Signatures, and Prepare Forms. That's one of the key things. And of course, we're going to walk you through that today. We're going to show you, we're going to go over it multiple times today. But Tools, Forms and Signatures, and Prepare Forms is the easiest path to starting your form creations. And I always like to tell the easiest path.
So just like Ms. Dawn was talking about, we know that Adobe Acrobat Pro DC is huge. The landscape of, you know, Acrobat has more than just forms, but like she said, we're just focusing on forms and signatures. So you're probably thinking, oh my goodness, there's so much more. And there is so much more. And hopefully we could come back or somebody could come back and do some more with you. So we're going to stick with one thing right now. And, you know, hopefully you could practice or learn something and have a great takeaway with learning about custom forms.
And Jamae actually screenshotted here the path that I was talking about. So there's the tools that we'll be looking at once we go live into Adobe Acrobat. Here is the forms and signatures. A lot of times you have to arrow down for that when we're live. And then there's Prepare Forms. So those are the 3 key directives that you want to remember. So now's a good time for us before we go live. If Danielle and Manny can jump back in and take attendance for us, that would work.
You can hear me now. I was talking.
Can
I
hear
love
you?
the fact that you can see that we are not perfect. Even though we're not technology, we're like, oh my gosh. Yeah, you should be looking at the attendance now. Make sure you have that secret code. The form links are going to be dropped in the chat really, really soon. We have 2 minutes to talk about attendance. Please don't put the attendance code in the chat. If there is someone asking, where is the code? Where is the code? You know who was not watching. So just, please don't put it in. And it will be open up until Sunday at midnight. So you have time to watch the sessions live. And if you want to go back and watch the other channel, you can, and also get credit. Make sure you get that email receipt. You should get an email back saying you successfully enter that attendance.
Yes.
So, and if you didn't, someone didn't put the code right or the email correctly.
Yes. We do
happens.
have one question in here that they're asking if Acrobat DC can be accessed on personal computers.
Well, I can tell you at one time, I can speak to that and then y'all can correct me, because when I was working for the district, you could actually bring in your personal computer and they would load it at that time. They had licensing for that. Now you'll have to probably verify if they can still do that.
Right. So we'll double check on that and we will put it in the chat.
All right, we will tell the liaisons. I'll put it in the chat because I don't know if we're going to be able to do that today. Can we? Like who?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the district, everyone has access to it. And like Jemay showed, it's in the Avanti window. It's been there for decades.
So if you're in your personal computer, if you log in with your Cypher credentials and you go to Adobe Creative Cloud, you can download it to that computer, but you have to use your Cypher email. So it's not that you're using your personal email, but that way, because I have had it in when I'm at home on my Apple computer, I have it there, but I have to be logged in Chrome in my Cypher account, and it works.
Yes.
Because I leave my computers at home. I mean, at the office. So if I need to do something, then yeah, you can. It has to be with your email.
All right. All right. Y'all ready?
I think so.
Always.
I can't wait. I'm ready to see.
Okay, so we're gonna go.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and go live. I'm going to take over the mouse here.
Okay, I'm going to make sure that you can go live.
Jemay sharing the screen.
All right, there you go.
And what I'm going to start with is I'm going to open Adobe Acrobat, the same process that you would probably follow. So I'm going to go to the Start menu. I don't see that it's, yeah, is that showing? Okay, good. I'm going to go to the Start menu and I'm going to look at the options here. And I wanted to point out something. A common mistake that's made is people open Acrobat Reader DC. Have you seen that?
I've seen that tons.
And what that is, that's just a reader. And we want instead to open Adobe Acrobat DC. Okay, that's the powerful tool that can crack things open. So this is the first screen that you will typically see. And what we're going to do today is I'm going to open two types of files. I'm going to open a PDF and I'm going to open a Word document. Let's start with the PDF. So I'm going to go to File and I'm going to go to Open. I have a PDF already on my desktop and I have it. It's called Sample Permission Slip because that's a very common thing that will be beneficial to any of you to convert to a fillable form. So this is a Rutgers State University permission slip, and I just pulled it for an example because typically all permission slips have the same type of information. They want you to fill in information, they want you to put a signature on it. And in the past, what did we used to do? We used to print these, we used to send them home. They would carry them back, we collect them and collate them. But now with Adobe Acrobat DC, you can turn this permission slip into a fillable form. So let's go through those steps. So the fastest route again was Tools. And here's Forms and Signature. I do have to arrow down just a little bit to see.
Hey, Dawn.
Their form.
We
Yes.
can still see the slides. We don't see the form.
Oh, okay, hold on. We'll make sure. Thank you for saying that.
So I need to back up from the start, and I'll gladly do that. All right, I'm going to start over because that's just not fair that you couldn't see some of the things. So now I'm going to go to the start button again, and I wanted to point out Acrobat Reader. Oh,
okay. Do y'all
hold
see?
on.
Do you see our screen?
No, we see you.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
No,
We see the slides.
Yeah, you see the slide, but now she's going to go into the start mode.
Start button. I'll speed up a little bit. Adobe Acrobat DC versus Adobe Acrobat Reader. We want to go to Adobe Acrobat DC. So we're going to go to DC. This is the opening screen, just like most opening
Yeah,
screens.
we still see the slides. It's just the slides.
Hold on. I do not know why.
Hang on.
Hold on.
My partner's running
Okay.
technical difficulties.
There you go. Woo!
Sorry about
Confetti.
that. Okay, bye-bye. Keep going.
We need to
Ay, ay, ay.
insert a
Okay.
GIF motion.
Let me repeat that.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna hold the mouse. No, I'm just kidding. Hold on, we're gonna go back and you know that when you touch this, go back here and we'll just start here. And we're
Okay.
gonna go to-
Start screen. Can you see that?
Is
Manny?
this what y'all
We see the
see?
slides. It's
Okay, hold on. We're gonna get this eventually. Okay. All right.
there you go. Perfect.
Okay, so when she's on here, so she wants this minimized. So this is.
I
what
want
they
you to
see.
show the start button real quick so everyone could see what we were talking about.
Okay, do you see the start?
Yes.
Okay, and then she was talking about Acrobat Reader
Mhm.
as compared to the Acrobat, DC.
DC, up one.
So I'm gonna go here.
Acrobat DC.
And do you see the landscape of Acrobat? Yes,
Yes, we can see Acrobat DC Pro.
beautiful.
Success.
Good,
Now
okay.
we'll take over
I'm gonna give her the mouse. You're good.
and we're going to go to File, just like most applications, Open. I have on the desktop a permission slip. I'm going to open that permission slip. This one happens to be a PDF. Like I talked about, I'm going to show a PDF and then I'm going to show a Word doc. So this one's already been converted to a PDF, so it opens right away, nothing needed in Acrobat. But I want to make this a form, and that's where the magic happens in Acrobat. It does all the work for us, and it's a very intuitive application. So I do that by going to Tools, Forms and Signature. So I have to arrow down. That's why most people forget they don't see it. So they're like, I don't see it. Just arrow down, click Prepare Form. It is intuitive. Like I said, Adobe Acrobat products are very intelligent, and they already recognize that I have opened a form. So they're ready to convert it for us. If yours does not, make sure that you have the auto detection on. It's right here. I'm going to tell it to start, and the magic is going to happen. On some computers, when I hit start, it takes a long time. Do you know why?
Why?
You know, old computers. So it will generate, and it will look like nothing is happening, but just be patient. Don't keep clicking buttons. Be patient. It'll transition, and boom, it will turn your form into a fillable form. So I'm going to hit start. Jemai's machine is very quick, and boom, look what I have right here.
That's great.
So it has guessed for me, and it has filled in all these areas that had blanks. So that's what's so nice about Acrobat. But before I go any further, I do want to talk about these blanks and their terminology, because actually they're called fields. In databases, this is considered a field. And I wanted to point out the naming conventions for those of you who are going to get very technical and like to create lots of forms. It's good to know the etiquette of naming your fields. So like I said, Acrobat is very smart. So it knows that this is name of youth participant, and it already named it for you. But when you generate your own fields, it's very important to give them good names, especially when you have fields that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So just look at the naming convention that they already populated for you. Now this is already ready to go. So I do want to preview it for you, and then we'll talk about how we can change some things. So over here to the side, there's a preview button. So we're going to just hit that preview button. And this is now what it looks like. So you can see I could actually type. I could go in here and I could type. And better yet, when I come down to the signature line, because it's smart, it's intuitive, it already knows that I want to put a signature there, but I'm going to cancel. I just wanted to show you how it's already fillable. And so now on any device, I can just click and fill in things. And all I did was hit a start button. So let's talk about what if it gets some of the boxes wrong. Like for example, this box right here. What if that box was wrong? I'm going to go right back out to Tools, Prepare Form one more time to turn back on the toolbar at the top. This is the toolbar that comes along the top right here for Form, and you'll notice it even has the name there. Yeah, Prepare Form. So I'm going to go through, or Janae, you want to name all these tools for them?
You're doing great. As she's hovering over, of course, the arrow is the select key. And then as she hovers over, it should even let you name it. So that's where you could edit the text or images that are on the form, followed by the text. You can change the text box.
This is,
yeah, that's definitely a text box. And it defaults to a certain font. And we, I know you're going to talk a little bit about how you can change that as well. So you could even add text fields. And this is important because I've done Word documents where it looks like it's creating that form, and there's a couple of places that doesn't have that little text field box for me. So I may have to add it on there. So that's going to be an important icon that you might need to reference.
So the difference between these two, here's text over here, and here's a text box.
Yep. And then that one, right. And then there's a checkbox right here. If you want to add checkboxes to it, it already has that field ready and available to you. So when you click on it, it'll load your cursor and it'll bring it to wherever you want on the form itself.
And we're actually going to demonstrate that on the doc. So they'll get to see that checkbox one.
And then followed by radio button. So you can, customize it just the way you would like it. You could even do, this is cool too. I don't use this one a lot, but like when you have like 90 something schools that we have, if you want it to where you want to list choices, that's where you would add that to your form. So that's pretty good too. Yep. And you will continue so that you have that drop down list of your menu box. So, and then of course, if you want to add a print, you say, okay. And I haven't used that one as much. Have you used that one?
No, I haven't, but you can do other commands too besides print.
Yeah. Then of course there's your little image. If you want to add an image to your form, it's right there. So that's perfect. I've added images.
Your little EdTech logo.
So we could add that. That's exactly
load that image up and put in that image right there if you had it.
Right.
Date fields as well as that signature that we looked at. That's the toolbar right there that gives you all these things. And we're going to take a look at using those on the doc in a moment. But right now, this form has populated, it's filled in things, and it got everything right. So it saw the blanks, it populated the blanks. An important thing that a lot of people overlook at this time is saving. So when you go to save, it's always good to rename or give it the name that you really want to associate this document with now. So if you want to do a save as, that will always allow you to pick the place and pick the name.
And I like to rename mine with the, of course, whatever the form is, and then I say fillable. So I know that I haven't, ruined any of the original too. So if I need to go back to it, I'll say, that's my fillable form that I need to send out. So that's just the way that I do it when I send out my fillable form.
Good tip. So what I'm going to do right now is because one of the things we've learned in teaching staff development is sometimes we go too fast. So we're going to repeat this very quickly and then move on to the Word doc. So again, we just went to File, Open. We opened a PDF that we already had. Then we went to the Tools. What's next?
We're going to scroll down a little bit, and we're going to go
Forms
to Forms and Signature and Prepare Form.
Let's prepare this one. Remember,
Hey, we have a question before you go into something else.
Okay.
They were asking about if you could do this in Spanish. Like, I'm thinking it doesn't really translate, would it?
So the actual question was, will the fields change into Spanish for a Spanish form?
That's a great question. I bet when you open, and I don't know, I can't verify that, but I bet when you open it, Adobe's going to recognize the verbiage that's the text field, and then it's going to put the field name in Spanish as well, because it's going to recognize that.
Okay.
But the form has to be in
actually
Spanish.
interprets the language. I don't think so. It's just going to do its job of recognizing the text and filling the field next to it and naming it.
But I love that challenge. If you want to send me one, we will try that later on. Not today, but if you want to just email us and let us see it. I know Manny probably has a form that's in Spanish, and we will definitely test that for you. That's a great one.
She will.
Yeah. Well, plus I work with Gia Rodriguez, and I know that we do a lot of transition between a Spanish form with our progress reports and English. So I know it has to translate, because we do that for the pre-K and K. So that was a great question. It's a great question.
All right.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
So again, I just hit start. It does the magic. So slower computers, it looks like nothing is happening. On my computer I used, it took a minute almost, and it just was spinning, and then the magic happens. It has done all the work instead of me having to individually add each one of these fields. And that's what people don't understand. Before, we had to each individually place all of these, and now Adobe's doing it for us in a click of a button. There is a toolbar at the top. If you mouse next to the toolbar, it will pop its name up for you, so you don't have to memorize what's what. You can see it in a preview, and remember to save. Okay. Now let's take a look at opening a Word doc, because that's really, in reality, that's what everyone's using out there. Us as teachers, we're using Word docs. So how do you get the Word doc to open into Adobe Acrobat DC? It's easy. So I'm going to go to File, Open. I'm going to find a Word doc on the desktop. Let's see, where is the Word doc that I placed on here?
Scroll a little bit. I know she did scroll a little bit, and I know we just checked that earlier.
Well, let me minimize this to see if it's on the desktop or if it's already gone again.
The magic of disappearing documents.
There it is right there.
Yeah, great. So let's bring it in.
Okay, so
You could
it's
open it
on the
from that way.
desktop.
We don't see the file though.
I know.
Okay.
We were just verifying it's there.
and
We're
we
going to go
even did
back.
that earlier. Yeah. Okay.
So let's try that again. File, open.
I think
Oh.
what's happening? I know
what's happening.
I know what's
Common
happening.
mistake.
Yeah.
Let me move this toolbar so I can see my whole toolbar. This is the whole
This is
point.
good.
Oh, this is why we're
You're
opening a
good.
Word doc, because this is what happens.
And
Where's the Word doc? I
document.
can't find it.
We did that
It's
on
because
purpose.
of the file type.
Yes.
So if I go down here, and I couldn't see it because it was being blocked by one of our menu bars, but the file type is so important.
Yep.
We can't see a Word doc because it's only looking at PDFs.
Right.
Because that's what Adobe Acrobat, that's its niche, is to look at PDFs. So I'm going to change this to all files, and voila. Now I can see a Word doc right here.
Yes.
Okay, so
Did they get that?
when I open a Word doc and open, Acrobat does all the magic again. It's going to automatically take this Word doc, and you notice that I see a
Taking
little
time.
clock here in the middle.
Yeah.
It's doing the work, and I just sit there. It does the magic.
There it is.
And there's the Word doc. The Word doc now, if you can look, let me move this banner here. Oops. We have lots of banners in our way. Let me maximize that. If you look right here at the name of it at the top, it has automatically changed it to a .pdf.
Sure did.
So it's an automatic. Remember earlier when we talked about saving the original? I still want to keep that Word doc because I will find that it is very easy to change and revise on the Word doc and then make it a PDF again, a new PDF as I bring it in. So let's do the magic on this one. So again, tools, forms and signature. It's already arrowed down this time because it knows I've been using it. So it placed me right there. If it didn't, it just arrow down to it. I'm going to prepare form and I'm going to just sit and wait again. It's going to say which form. It guessed it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to.
It's going to start. The magic's going to happen. It will tell you because it's a doc. Are you sure you want to save this? So we can save it.
Oops.
It converted it to the PDF, so it wants us to save that PDF before we work on it. And look, it placed all of these fields on, and they're not right. It didn't get them right. So let me show you how easy it is to get rid of one.
So you selected it, and what did you just do?
I hit the delete key.
There you go.
So none of these I wanted to be a field. Remember, that's the technical name for these. These are fields. So I am deleting each of the fields. So it's that easy to clean it up. And let's say a lot of teachers sometimes when you're doing an assessment, Janae, have you ever walked into a classroom and you want to be able to use your phone to go, I saw that, I saw that, I saw that, I saw that. Well, you can make an Acrobat form, send it to a device like a phone, like an iPad, like your computer, because you can fold your computer over. Any device, you make it here and then you can use it. So it got this one wrong completely. So I want to delete the type. So I'm going to delete some of those. You want to delete some of those for me? And while she's deleting some of those, we're going to use the toolbar that we talked about, and we're going to show you how it loads the cursor and you place the box, the field where you want it, and you tell it what kind of field you want it to be. So just delete one more and we'll go ahead and get started.
I was trying to, because you can.
She's going to try and marquee select everything.
You can do that, yeah, but
Yeah.
for time.
So for time, we're not going to clean this up completely and delete all these extraneous fields that we don't need, but instead we're going to focus on using the toolbar. So we're going to do that by going up to the prepare form toolbar, and we're going to choose the checkbox because all the tools work the same. So when you load one, it works the same as you load any, but I want to show you the checkbox. So I click the checkbox and notice the box is following me around now. It's like playing follow the leader. When you click your mouse, and I'm going to go in the top right corner and drag across because that's just going to make my box perfect. If I start in the middle, my check will appear there in the middle, but I want to use the whole space, the width of the parameters of that field. So I'm going to click and I'm going to drag across and I'm going to let go. And now that's going to be a checkbox. Remember I told you about good etiquette on naming? It guessed checkbox 1. If I don't want to call that, I want to call it great kite. This is where I can go in and I can change it to great kite. So naming becomes very important with complicated forms. Today, we're going to leave it as checkbox 1. So Jermaine, you want to load the next checkbox and put it right under there?
So I'm going to grab it at the top and you see how it loads my cursor. And I was listening to Dawn, so I'm going to start at the very corner. And oops, I'm going to drag it.
And what happened? She accidentally
I
let
did, I
go
let
of
go
the
of the
cursor.
cursor
But
of
what
the
did you
mouse.
do?
I just clicked and dragged so that it keeps the, integrity of the area where it says checkbox number 2 now.
Yeah, so the white circles represent handles, and you can pull it if you accidentally slip and your box is perfect the way you want it. Okay, I'd like to preview that right now because I want you to see what it would look like. So I'm going to go over here and hit the preview button. And now you can see those 2 boxes we've placed on there. What's nice is, as a teacher, remember I told you, PDFs are universal formats. So now if I've sent it or it's in my Google Drive, I open it in my Google Drive, and let's say I'm walking in a classroom and I'm looking for certain things, and we're just thinking that these are those descriptors. So maybe I'm looking for participation. Maybe I'm looking for, yeah, whatever you want as you're defining traits over here. Now, because it's a fillable form, I can come in and I can click on it, and now I've checked off. I walk around and then I see the next action and I click on it. And then I can have these forms and I can save them. So,
and I like how you use the screen instead of the mouse. So like if you are walking around, you're using the touchable screen that we have.
And that's the point I wanted to make. Fillable forms make it touch-worthy. Touch-worthy. Okay, Jemaine, let's say I needed a teacher signature on this one, and we don't have a place for it. Would you like to show them how to get out of this preview and add the extra?
Sure. So I'm going to go back to edit. And like as Don was saying, that remember, these are your tools up here for preparing a form. But if you see the little pin that looks like a digital signature, if I click that, should be able to. Yeah. Oh, it did it. So
It's following.
Yeah,
you.
it's following me. Follow the leader.
Let's say we want a signature right there at the end. Someone's John Doe.
Okay, sounds good. So there we go. We could just add a signature right here.
And let's preview that. And once again, now I can take my finger on this digital device. And if I had configured the signature identity.
Do you want to try that?
Sure.
Because I think it may have something. So here are the choices right here.
Okay.
So we could create that signature that, that could be loaded onto it. And then you could choose whichever one you want. You could have a file that's on your computer, or you could have one that was pre-signature, because I know I've done some. And so it would have my signature ready to load onto that.
Okay.
Okay.
Pick one of them.
Oh, you want me to pick? Okay, I'm trying to remember.
We'll go ahead and pick one, and then we'll move on through it.
So this one is, hold on, let me continue.
Not needed.
Not needed. So let's go back, because I think I deleted it for another reason.
Okay.
Okay, so but you would be allowed to put your digital signature on it for sure.
So again, I'm going to walk you through the steps of opening a doc. So I'm going to close this one out. So what Adobe is, it's just really a powerful tool that allows you to do things with PDFs. And we're doing things with forms today. So I'm going to file, open. I want to look for a Word doc, because whether I've made an assessment or I have a permission slip or I have a checkoff list I want to go around and be able to do on my own device, I have to be able to see a Word doc. So I have to change the file type to all files. Once it's changed to all files, I can see Word docs. I click it, I open it. I must wait because it's converting it to a PDF first. And that PDF is not saved, so it will ask me to save it before I make it a form. There it is. I go to Tools. It's already arrowed down again to Forms and Signature because it's intuitive. It's a smart program. I hit Prepare Form and tell it to start. And this is where it asks me, hey, save that. So I just save. We talked about naming conventions. Jamae likes to put in fillable form into her title. So good etiquette. Once I save it, It does the magic and it guesses. And again, you have all these tools at your resources. If it gets it wrong, you just click on a field and you delete the field. And then you can place in where you have your blanks, what you want it to be. Now, what we're going to do is important to y'all as teachers is show you Schoology and how this would interact in there.
Okay. I think we do have a little bit more time. I just want to add something to this because with forms and stuff, this is really quick. I know that Ms. Vaughn was talking about the actual text. If I double click on this, I could see exactly what that the text would look like if somebody was filling it out. So here's your appearance. So you could have borders. You can change all of these things, and I love that you can change the font
Gervais
size.
a pretty person. She's going to make it beautiful
No,
for us.
it looks like that's the default, but I could change, and you can see the different selections of the different fonts that you can choose from. So if you want to change that, you could do that as well. You can also change the text color that it comes in. And then another thing that I use a lot, of course, you might want to make sure everything's perfect. So you can make sure the positioning has all the right sizes. And another thing that I noticed is that it will check spelling, it will do multi-line, or it could do scroll line. How many of you have ever filled out a form and it keeps running off the page and it's getting smaller and smaller? Well, you could just make it go to multi-line so that it's not scrolling long. So you could deselect where it says scroll long text. Okay, I know that this is pretty comprehensive, and I know that there's a lot, and we don't want to overwhelm you with a lot of these things, but those are some other things that we didn't, dig into, but we just wanted to show you that as well. Okay.
Yeah, the power of the tool is being able to take something that's been on paper now to digitize it and make it usable for parents when we send it to them, for students when we send it to them, for us when we send it to each other. Very quickly, but you can do a lot. This is a very powerful piece of software, and today we focused on forms. So let's go to Schoology.
We're going to Schoology. Okay, thank you, Ms. Vaughn. We're going to go to Schoology. And I think I have it up here. So y'all do see Schoology, I hope. So I've opened up Schoology. That is our LMS inside FAIR. So I'm going to show you how this is can be used with students. And I've already helped a couple teachers, and they were like so excited that they were able to put that PDF form in there. So I already have a folder that says PDF forms up at the top. If you're familiar with Schoology's interface, I'm going to go ahead and add materials. I'm going to add an assignment. And it's going to load for me. And then up at the top, I'll just say PDF form. And then here's how we're going to add it to our Schoology. We are going to go down here. I know that you see different formats of apps and stuff, but the best way you should do it is through resources. I've tried these ways, but this is probably the easiest and fastest way. We're going to go where it says file.
Fastest way is always best.
And there's always different ways to do things, right?
Right.
So I did a file. I opened it up. It's looking on my desktop. I'm going to add it as a signature. I'm adding this form as a signature.
We don't see Schoology.
No.
Janae, they don't see Schoology.
No. Okay. Well, we'll make sure you see Schoology. Hold on. We want you to see Schoology.
Oh, and while you're doing that, Dawn, you were correct. As always, Dr. Dawn is always correct. Acrobat does take the Spanish language and for the form. They tried it. You see, look at you. Okay, we see Schoology now. Thank you.
Yay! No,
Thanks for keeping us on track.
Right. Okay. And I think just because we're moving in different different ways that we're doing this. Okay. So now you see that I've opened up Schoology, and what I did was I created an assignment. Let's see if I could just go back on that, just that one step, because I don't want y'all to miss that one step.
Yeah, that's important.
Okay. All right. So I'm in EdTech Live. So inside FAIR we have different courses, and right here I'm going to go to the PDF forms. And so I already have a folder. The next step you're going to do is you're going to go to add materials, and you're going to add an assignment. So right here, you need to name it. And the fastest title. Yeah, right. Thank you. And we're going to just do a quick way of adding it. We know that there's always different ways, but we're going to show you one way. We're going to go down here to the bottom left where it says file. I'm going to click on file. And then I'm going to go ahead. I already have a form that I want to add. So I'm going to click on that. and it should deposit it right here. You can see that there's a form. And then one more thing, if you're in Schoology, you need to pick the category. So I'm going to select ungraded.
This is the important part, right?
That is, otherwise it'll give me a message and I'll know that I missed a piece there with the asterisk. And then I'm going to say create. All right, and it's up at the top, so you can see now it's there. Let me click on that. Wow, and you can see that we're going to open up, and I think there was a session on Cami, so you guys are versed on Cami, so that'd be really good to this is a perfect segue onto what the student's going to see. So you can see that right here, but as a teacher, remember, I'm the teacher. Watch what happens if I try to open it up. Well, it will let me open it up. Hold on. But it wouldn't let me submit. So as a student, I'm going to go in as, what's your name? Ms.
Kelly
Dawn?
Pop-Tart.
What? So up at the top, I know she's a student here, so we're going to go in as a student.
Can you see that, Manny, before?
Yes, Manny and Danielle.
Yes, we see it. Someone just says
Okay.
So we're in as
the
Kelly
problem with
Pop-Tart.
video is-
Yeah.
we can see it.
Yes, you can see Kelly Pop-Tart. Okay, so now we're going to go into here.
No, we don't see Kelly Popter. We
Oh,
see
see,
the
it keeps
form.
changing on us. I think, okay, I know what's happening.
You're not sharing screen 2 or screen 1.
Right. Well, we're just doing duplicate. Okay, so
Kelly Pop-Tart.
Yay.
Yeah.
So here's Kelly Pop-Tart.
So a student,
A
this is a student
student.
profile.
So she sees that, and the difference is that as a student, you're going to see that submit assignment. And that's the big difference. But look at the format in which the student can now do the signature. So if I open it up, it's going to do something magical. It's going to say all this fun stuff. We're just going to verify it. We're going to say allow, and that should be happening with y'all as well. So once that happens, let's say, open it up. Uploading, whoa, it's uploading that part. Hold on. Let's see, that was strange. Hold on. We know, you would think that if we did try this, there it goes. All right.
There's your fillable.
There's
form.
your fillable form. And you can tell that it's all fillable because of the gray area. So you know you can write. And at the very end, you know, this is where you could do, and you guys watch Cami. And so you see the signature here. You have your menu button in Cami. So you could do your signature right here. So we could draw that right in there. And I'm going to just do it real quick and then upload that.
So really
And
what you're
insert that and it
saying
loads it right here.
is not to worry so much about
No.
signing it in Adobe Acrobat, because when you transition and use your platform, they have a signature option.
Absolutely.
Well, let's go to our closure because I think we're getting close to our
Yes.
time here, and we want
Yes,
to
it's already
off.
5-minute mark.
be mindful of people's
Oh,
time.
yeah. So we're going back to,
Yeah, so we want to bring closure to our session here,
so let's see.
and we need to make sure we share
Yeah.
correctly the new.
Yeah. We'll make sure this is.
So as
did
we bring
close
back
that?
up our original
Here, I'm going to close this.
slideshow,
We got it right here.
can you see that?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So let me make sure that we can see this. And share.
Woo! It's a lot of
Ooh,
good.
There you go. Woo!
Okay.
Woo! So in closing today, we do want you to know that hopefully you can now create an Adobe PDF form, that you feel comfortable in doing that. Also, when you open Schoology, you can select your course
Yes.
and do the signature.
Sure. Yep.
And how to change a document. The second one was how to change a document that is a Word doc into a form. And we went over that as well too. And the important thing there is to remember to change the file type so that you can see all the different types of files. I also included a link here for anyone who wants to get more information. Adobe does have a very robust website, and you can click or go to Adobe and get information on forms. So let's see if I click that.
But I have to reshare.
And it puts you through step by step by step. So for those of you gurus who really want to get deep into forms, there's a lot more that you can learn. But basically, let Adobe do the magic for you and go you therefore and create some forms.
Sorry, we know that was short and sweet, but also feel free to reach out to us. We just wanted you to kind of have
Her,
a
reach out
beginning
to her.
introduction to it, but there's a lot more, but we'll be here to help you too as well. So
We put the link for the slides in the
Okay.
chat, so you can just click and save them, but they're there.
Yes, and then one of you just asked a question about the form. If you put in the code word, it automatically knows that it's for this session.
Yes.
So it will not show anywhere until you get the confirmation that it's for that session, but we have the magic in the background that if you put in that code, it knows that it was for this session.
Yes, so make sure don't put it in the chat. Just
Don't
go
put it
back
in
in
the chat.
time,
Yes.
rewind the video. And because there's some people that say, like, oh, I want to see the signature again. Just go back and watch that section again.
Yes, but thank you both so much. We learned a lot. The chat was very excited about some of these features, and we did have a lot of positive. People were thinking about ways they could use this, which is exactly what we want. So
Yes, and remember too, when it comes to testing, Google Forms really provides the better option for that, even though you could make it in Adobe Acrobat. I think that efficiency wise for a test
or quizzes
or a quiz,
yeah,
you would want to use that, but you can do it in Adobe.
Yes. And
I love the drop down menu. Like it is like a form that gives you all the options.
Yes.
I did not know you could do that. That's
cool.
awesome.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lots of options.
A lot of secretaries used to use that feature too. So yes, so thank you guys for being here with us, and have a great rest of the, I guess.
And as always, we're still learning.
Yeah, we're still.
Yes.
Oh.
That's a Dawnism right there. We love it. We miss those.
All righty, well, we're gonna
All
put
right.
the choose your session link again, so you know what session is happening next, or if you want to jump into the next channel. Up next, we're gonna have Laura Dang doing creating Google Slides activities and professional portfolios in this channel. In channel B, we have the amazing Stacy Roshan doing Flipgrid for personalized instruction. So we will see you back
Yes.
on the hour.
Let me answer one thing
Oh.
real fast. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
Bring it,
Before
bring
we will
it.
see you back on the hour, you can absolutely watch all of the sessions. Somebody asked in the chat, you can go back and watch other sessions and put the code word in. You have until Sunday at midnight to watch these sessions and submit the attendance form. So absolutely get lots of credit, learn lots of things. And now we will see you back in a couple minutes.
I thought you had a question for me.
Yeah, all right.
Nope, you're good. You're in the clear.
And now I have
Bye,
nothing to get
guys.
ready
Have
to
a
go.
good Saturday. Bye.
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 Grouping tabs together in Chrome is kind of a neat trick, allowing you to be organized. To group a tab, simply right-click on that tab that you want to group and click Add Tab to Group. Click New Group and create a title for that group. Choose your color and click Enter. To add more tabs to the group, you can repeat the process or just simply drag it over.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, You also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy. If you want your Chrome browser to pick up where you left off from the day before, simply click on the 3 dots, click on Settings, then you're going to click on Startup and click Continue where you left off. Grouping tabs together in Chrome is kind of a neat trick, allowing you to be organized. To group a tab, simply right-click on that tab that you want to group and click Add Tab to Group. Click New Group and create a title for that group. Choose your color and click Enter. To add more tabs to the group, you can repeat the process or just simply drag it over.
Welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome back.
Woohoo! We are back. We are ready for our 11 o'clock session. I don't know about you, but the morning is like flying by.
Yes.
I mean, I'm like, it's already 11
Oh
o'clock.
my gosh, it's so fast with all this learning that I'm getting from these presenters.
It is awesome. So we just wanted to remind you again about the attendance. So remember that the attendance form will be put into the chat. It's the same form. So if you want to save that form, you can save it and just submit the different code words. The code words will be shared at some point during the presentation. They will not be put in the chat. So make sure that you're watching. If you miss it, you can always rewind on your YouTube video, and then you can catch back up by speeding up the video. If you want to, you have the availability to watch these sessions again. So you can watch them later. They will be on our website that we keep putting in the chat as well. But you can go ahead and watch any of those. You can just scrub forward or scrub back, and they will be available for a long time, but you can only get credit up until Sunday at midnight. So make sure that you are going back and doing that.
Yes, and remember that the video said if you don't get an email, some was not typed correctly.
Yes.
So
yeah, double check.
don't
It does
wait.
take a little while. It's not like an instant, like it's going to show up, but it will eventually come within an hour. If you do not get something within an hour, you're going to need to resubmit. And again, it's not going to say anything on the form. Like, this is the 10 o'clock session. When you put in that code word, there is spreadsheet magic happening in the background that is going to know which session it is and give you credit for that session. So don't worry, just submit your form and you'll be good to go.
Well, I'm very excited about Laura because when we had her at DLC, girl,
There she is.
oh my gosh.
There was so much good
She
feedback.
was such a professional presenter. She was on fire. So I told Tammy, we have to have her back.
Manny, you were her facilitator,
Yes,
right? For
I
DLC. Yes. And he came in, he was like, she was so good.
She was so good. Like, we need to have her back again. And she is back again with Google presentations, right? And Google activities and digital portfolios. It's like 2-in-1, but she's a pre-K teacher. She walks you through in a way that is very easy to understand because she deals with pre-Kers. How you doing, Laura?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, excited. I want to see what you have to show us.
Okay. So good morning. Just like Manny said, I'm doing 2 presentations today on creating activities in Google Slides and digital portfolios. And it's fun because both of them can be made in Google Activities.
All right, we'll take it. All right. Bye.
Okay. So we're going to start today with creating activities in Google Slides. Google Slides is an amazing program for you to create activities because you can differentiate it towards your classroom and you can do it towards your students. I know you can buy activities, but making it on your own, it's so much easier because then it's great for your classroom. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. So the first thing I'm going to show you is some examples that I have personally created in Google Activities. It's great because you can do it from pre-K all the way to high school because it's really a blank slate and you can really start it with however you want to. These are a couple of activities that you can do. You can do T-charts, you can do little fun activities for the primary students. You can even add videos and audio, which is great. And then of course, your topic on whatever you want to create is literally anything you want because you're starting with a blank template. Today, I do have a template that I'm going to share with you. And so you can work along with me if you want to, or it's a great way for you to practice on it later to see how you can create it for your own classroom later. Okay, the first thing we're going to talk about is the template that you want to use for your Google Slides. I personally love to create my template in PowerPoint. If you didn't know, PowerPoint is my main program. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Laura, is that the Tower Temple that we're sharing?
Yes.
Okay, so we're putting in the chat.
Perfect. So that
Awesome.
link will take you straight to a template for it that I've already created for you. Thank you so much. So I created this template in PowerPoint, but you can create a template in Google Slides, you can create a template in Canva, Adobe InDesign, or even Adobe Spark, which I think there's a session on Adobe Spark after this. It's wherever you are comfortable in creating. I have a template already made for you that Manny is going to send a link out. And so I will exit out this and show you what the template looks like if you would like to follow along with me on creating your own activity. So my template is a roll a tower template. This is a template that I created for kindergarten class that I did last year when I was teaching virtual. But I am using this template with you guys so that I can show you how to add videos and images on your own. Okay, the first thing I wanted to show you is how you can upload your image or your template background. The first thing you really need to think about is what images you want to be movable and what images you don't want to be movable. If you upload everything at the same time on your background, your students are going to be able to move everything on your activity. And that's definitely something you don't want, especially for the primary students. You want them to only be able to move the things that you want them to be able to move. So I have my Roll a Tower template open. You can open it if you want to as well. And I'm going to show you how you upload your template straight onto your Google Slides so that your kids can't move it. So everything on this template, the kids won't be able to move. You can click it with the mouse, you can touch it on your touchscreen, and your kids won't be able to move it. So in order to make sure that your kids can't move it, you have to upload it as a background image. So in order to upload it as a background image, while I already have it for you, I'll show you how to do that. So I have a blank slide, and I'm going to click on this background right here. And I'm going to click an image that I have already saved. Again, you can create this on any program that you want to. Just make sure you save it as a picture so that you can upload it as a picture. If you save it as a PowerPoint and you upload it as a PowerPoint, it won't work the same way. So I am going to click on background, and then I'll click on choose image right here. You can choose an image that's already on your Google Drive. I'm going to choose an image from my own computer. So I have my Roll a Tower template right here that you already have. And that's how you make it not be able to be moved by any of your students. These are only the things that you don't want your students to move. Now, I want you to think about what you want your student to be able to move, because that's going to be uploaded differently. I know some people love to use the master image as a background, and you can definitely do that too for Google Slides. I personally don't like to use that if my background is going to change for every slide. Okay, so if you have your Roll a Tower template open, I'm going to show you how to insert movable images. So the great thing about Google Slides is, again, it's completely customizable. So like this Roll a Tower, I want students to be able to move Unifix cubes and to recognize numbers. So this is great for even high school, because then you're really just thinking about what they're moving. So even though I'm doing this for primary, you can definitely do this for other activities as well. So in order to create a movable image, you're going to insert it as a picture. Now you want to make sure that it's not part of your background, because again, your background, you can't move anything. So in order to insert an image, you're going to go up right here where it says insert, and you're going to click insert, and you're going to click image and upload from your computer. I've already created my image ahead of time. That way it was a lot easier for me to insert it. And I'm going to insert my Unifix cube clip art. Again, you can get images anywhere. You can get it off for free on Teachers Pay Teachers. You can get it on Google. This I simply made in PowerPoint by using a square and a rectangle. The reason why I don't create my image in Google Slides, and I don't really recommend it, is because if I were to insert a square and a rectangle in Google Slides, you can still take the images apart. And so I like to save it as an image and upload it as an image. That way, when my kids touch the Unifix cube, they can't move the Unifix cube's shapes apart. So after I insert my image, I'm going to size it to however I want to and move it. So now that you see, this is a movable image that anyone can move when they're working on their Google Slide activity. And the next image I'm going to insert is one for the numbers, because for this specific activities, kids are going to roll a dice. They're going to be able to have to recognize the number, move the number, and then count how many cubes out to match the number that they rolled. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to insert another image, same way, insert an image, upload it from your computer or wherever you have it. And there you have your image that you've already created ahead of time. Resize it and bring it to where you need to be. Remember, these are the only images that you want your kids to be able to move around. A great thing about Google Slides is that you can also insert a text box definitely for the older kids. You can just insert a text box and click text, type text here, and kids will be able to type in that. And if you don't know how to insert a text box, it's super simple. Again, insert text box the same way. Now the text box you don't have to do ahead of time because they're just typing it. And so the one thing that I think is such a great tip for layering images. So for example, my roll a tower, if they roll a 5, they're not going to be able to put 5 Unifix cubes unless I have 5 Unifix cubes ready. I think it's extremely important, especially for primary or older students, to keep your Google Slide activity organized. And so the best way to layer your images is to layer them on top of each other so it looks like it's one image. For example, if I want 6 cubes on my Google Slide activity, I'm just going to take my Unifix cube, copy and paste it. My favorite shortcut, Control-C and then Control-V, and I'll have the same size Unifix cube. But if you notice that when you copy and paste, your cube just automatically goes to the bottom of it. Now you can keep it like that, but in my opinion, it kind of makes it confusing for your students. And so the best way to layer your images when you're getting ready to let your students work on your activity is to use those red guidelines, which is awesome because it tells you where your images are and if they're directly on top of each other. So whenever I'm layering images in Google Slides, I like to make it organized and make sure that I'm layering my images like this if it's the same exact image. So now I already have 4 cubes directly on top of each other, but it's completely organized so that when your students touch an image and they move it over, there's automatically another one left over and they can continue to move that image without messing up anything else on your Google Slide. These red guidelines are a lifesaver in Google Slide. So that is a great way to layer images without messing up your entire activity, since it's not a really big screen for your students to work on. And the next part of our activity, or any activity that you can do in Google Slides, is inserting a video. A video is an amazing way for students to either watch an informative video if you're doing something with history, or if you want your students to listen to a read aloud before doing a comprehension question. Or in this case, I want my students to be able to work on rolling a tower at home. I did teach virtual in kindergarten last year, and sometimes the kids at home didn't always have the materials or supplies that we had in the classroom. And so I wanted them to have everything on your Google Slides. And so for this specific one, I want them to roll a dice without having to worry about finding a dice. And a great way to do that is just simply inserting a video from YouTube. And so in my template, I had a square ready for them to insert the video. And the way that you insert video, there are 2 ways to do it. You're going to click on insert and you're going to click on video. If you already have a link ahead of time, you can simply copy and paste your link. But if you don't, you can simply search for it. So after you click insert video, it's going to bring you to this pop-up screen. And there's 3 sections that you can do it. You can copy the URL straight from YouTube and put it in here by clicking on by URL. Or if it's a video that you recorded of yourself, if you recorded yourself reading a passage out for your students, you can do that ahead of time and upload it to your Google Drive and do it from your Google Drive. I'm going to go ahead and insert one from video. And I did a roll a dice one, which there is a great video on YouTube for rolling a dice. And I just searched that one. You click on whichever one you want and you do select. And then you have your video. And it's great that your video can be sized any way that you want it, so it doesn't take up the majority of your template. And I'm going to insert my video. And now my video is ready for my kids to use. So all they have to do is they're going to click that video when it's time for them to do their activity. And it tells them to press play and stop at random time. So I'm going to press stop. And then it stops on that dice that they want to. And then so once they get 6, if I had the number 6 here, they would click on number 6, move it on straight over to the square. And then they would use their cubes to show the number 6. And since my cubes are already layered, they would just click on my cube and move it over. But as you notice, especially with primary students, they're trying to click all over the place, but making sure that your images are movable or not movable. The only thing that they're able to click are the numbers in the cubes. And so then I would have to build my cubes to make 6. And that's a great way for your students to build an activity. And it's exciting for you to do that. And the wonderful thing about Google Slides is that you can also create audio files. And so if you're doing a rhyming activity for your students, you can upload an audio of you personally saying the rhyming words, especially for pre-K and kindergarten who aren't always able to read just yet. You can do that as well. Or if you have a music class, you can insert music straight from your Google Drive. So for music and audio, you insert it the same way. You would have to upload your own audio if you're doing your own audio into your Google Drive ahead of time. And you would go to Insert. You would click on audio and you would pick whatever music you have ready. I have a bunch of music that I use in my kindergarten classroom. And so I would just click on the music that I want. And when you insert, so I click this one and I insert it, it's going to look like an audio button. So when your students are ready to listen to whatever words you're trying to get them to hear or a passage that you're trying to read, they can click on that audio and it's already there for you. And that's a great way for especially the primary kids where it's the beginning of the school year and they're not really able to read it, or you really want to emphasize the rhyming that they're trying to do. And so I love Google Slides, especially for people in Sci-Fair, is that you can upload your Google Slides straight into Schoology and it will automatically make it as a copy so that when your students get a copy of it, they're not messing up your template, and you can see straight into Schoology where your students are, if they are struggling with the activity, or if they have even opened the activity, or it wasn't even opened at all. And Google Slides is great is that you can see, are they getting your activity right? Are they struggling with a certain part of your activities? And so it's a great way for students to have extra work, but it's also a great way for you to have an assignment or assessment to figure out, this is what I need to work on with my students, or this is something that my students are acing at and they're doing such a great job at doing. And so in order to do that, I know some people are on Google Classrooms and they're not in Schoology, but in either way, your platform, I believe, should automatically make that copy so that you don't have to send it out. Because I know there are certain ways to send your template as a copy out. For example, you can copy the link and change the backspace to copy. But if you do that, you're not able to see what your students are working on. And you're not able to see, hey, I know what they're doing right or what they aren't doing right. So it's much easier for you to upload through Schoology and show them to make a copy. I do have a link to my presentation that I will send out later that will show you how to upload as an image in Schoology. I know not everyone is in Schoology, but there are definitely ways for you to do that in Google Classroom and things like that. And so that is the easiest way to create an activity in Google Slide, whichever way that you want to do it. I would suggest that you create it as an image and then you're uploading it and it's perfect for you to send out to your students. And it's such a great way to differentiate your activities, and your students can be able to do it for any topic that you can think of. And then once you're done and you can upload it as an activity. Okay.
Ready for attendance?
Yes. I'm ready.
Yes. All righty. So I'm going to share the secret code. Where's the secret code? Screen 1. There you go. There you go. If you have questions, if you want her to redo, because we have some like, oh, can you show that again? You can go back and rewind the video and watch it again, because she's about to show you how to make digital portfolios. Yes, we have been answering some questions from the chat. But for now, make sure you have that secret code. Take a picture, write it down, because that's how you're going to claim your PD credit. You have until Sunday at midnight. Within the hour, you should be getting an email back saying, that confirming that you submitted your code correctly. Just give it some time, because there's a lot of people doing it at the same time. But if you don't have it within the hour, submit it again. Don't wait until the last minute and then tell us, oh, I didn't know. Because
Yes.
I'll tell you a couple times.
Yeah. It's good that you have some extra time. So there's no rush. It doesn't have to be done right away. So you can finish watching the session and then you can always submit it after the session is over. We will keep putting that link inside of the chat. So just jot down your secret code and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, you can even watch channel B session when it's not live and still get credits. So you don't get FOMO. You can watch them all.
You can watch it all.
That's really cool, Laura, that you did like the little video and you pause it. I'm like, huh, I didn't know you could do that. Well, I mean, I knew you could do those things, but the idea of the activity, that's what's great about it.
And locking that background is so huge for especially little primary students, because, you know, even adults, when we've done training, you know, things get moved all around on mistake and you don't want that to happen. So thank you so much for sharing that idea.
I think sometimes, because I've seen students that they tap and they do it on the screen itself. So sometimes if that works for you, awesome. But if you have an issue, like you double tap and you're cropping or you're moving things that you don't want to, you have to use like the mouse pad, and that works.
Yes.
So
we did have one question if you are open to it, but they're wondering what program you use to create your audio.
So for I use my phone.
Okay.
I just create audio on my phone and then I upload it to my computer, which then I upload it straight into Google Drive. I mean, I'm sure there's a program online that you can, if you have a microphone on your laptop and create that.
I was gonna say, yeah. You could even use WeVideo and just export just the audio.
Yeah. You could do that.
Yeah. So there's a couple different ways, but I like using the phone too, because, you know, that's something that we have with us at all times. So that's really good. Well, thank you. We're excited to see the next part.
All right, well, let me stop. Like, I'm about to take it off. So make sure you take a picture, write it down, because I'm about to take it off. You ready? All righty. Next part.
Right. So my next part continues with Google Slide because I love to use Google Slide, but I am talking today about creating digital teaching portfolios. So if you are ever looking to transfer as a teacher to a different classroom or a different school, or even move up in your wherever your school is, I believe an educator teacher portfolio is a huge asset to interviewing. And it's even great to teach high school students about it because it's a great way for them to keep track of their presentations and the things that they're working on. And so I'm talking about an educator portfolio. I personally use an educator portfolio when I was interviewing to be a teacher. And I also used it when I applied to be a model teacher a couple of years ago. So I'm going to talk to you about why you need a portfolio, what your portfolio should look like, what you can add to your portfolio, how to share it, as well as, of course, some privacy and confidentiality before you share it. The first thing I wanted to show you are some portfolio examples. These are some portfolio examples that are through different types of hosting on the internet. So you can use different websites. For example, you can use Weebly, you can use WordPress, you can use all different things. I personally, again, love to use Google Slides because it's completely customizable. I don't have to use a pre-made template and I can really tailor it to everything that I want to personally do. A portfolio is a great way to showcase your best parts, what you think is perfect for the job that you want, or perfect for the position that you want. And it's a great way to, if you've ever been in an English class, it's a great way to show and not tell. I know interviews aren't always the easiest way to show what you know, and you're not really able to show your interviewers everything that you know. So a portfolio is a great way for you to do that because you can insert images and you can add things that sometimes you might forget in an interview. These are a couple of different templates that I personally found online. I wanted to show you a couple different ways that they can look. You can make them, you know, as colorful as you need to, or as picture heavy as you need to, or as word heavy as you need to. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you about is a template for your portfolio. Well, why do you need a portfolio? I think it's great to have one because it's a great way to stand out from other interviewers. You're able to show them what you know, as well as things that you might forget during your interview. And it's a great way to leave a lasting impression. When you leave an interview, you know, your interviewers are going to be talking about your interview. And with the portfolio that you've left with them, you're staying on their mind and they're able to remember exactly what they interviewed you for. And it's a great way for you to show them all the things that you think are perfect for the position that you want or the things that you're working towards. And aside from using it as a way to apply for positions or awards, I think it's a great way for self-reflection. I personally already have my portfolio ahead of time that I always update because I think it's a great way to keep myself in mind of what I want to accomplish in my goals and things like that. Now, your portfolio template can be what you need it to be. So if you're using a web like a web host like WordPress or Weebly, they probably already have templates ready for you that you can work on tweaking and things like that. But if you're using Google Slides, like I just talked about earlier, you can create your own template. So these are a couple templates that I personally created because I think it's the best thing to do is to make it meet what you need to meet. And by using Google Slides, you can do it however you want to. Your template should be simple. I know as primary teachers, we love to make everything cutesy, but we have to remember that this is either for a job or position that you want. So we got to keep it simple and we want to keep it professional, and you want your portfolio to speak for itself. You want your pictures to show what you really know, and you want that to speak for itself rather than being distracted by all the things that are in your template. Your color scheme, again, should be simple. I know I love bright, colorful everything in my classroom, but for my portfolio, I'm not going to do that because I want to keep it simple and professional because we are professionals as educators. Personally, if you are creating your own templates, I would keep it to 2 templates. 1, to keep things organized. 2, to not overwhelm your interviewers. And just like I showed you on the session beforehand, you can upload it as an image wherever you get your template, whether you buy a template or you create a template. You can upload it as an image so that it doesn't affect what you've created straight onto Google Slides. And again, other ways for you to have your portfolio is you can do it through Weebly or WordPress or any other web host and things like that. Just keep in mind that you can't customize it as much as you can if you are creating your very own template, like I did right here. Okay. And then the next thing I want to talk to you about is what should you add to your portfolio? I know we think of our portfolio and we're not always the type of people who like to brag on ourselves or things like that. But the main thing you really need to think about is that it needs to be relevant to your job interview. When I was interviewing for my first job years ago, I was interviewing for a kindergarten position. So of course, the things that I put into my portfolio were things that were relevant to being a kindergarten teacher. I wasn't going to put things that were relevant to being a 5th grade teacher because that wasn't the position that I was going for. And so I want you to really think about, for your portfolio, what are you interviewing for? It has to pertain to the job that you want. And I gave you a couple of examples right here. For example, if you're doing a teacher portfolio like I was doing, you would put in your classroom management, your lesson plans, professional development, testimonials. Again, I'm going to say this throughout the entire thing, is that you got to keep it simple because you want your pictures to speak more. I have an example of part of my portfolio right here. I have 2 images that I added in on that page of things that I use in my classroom. Again, I kept it super simple because there's no guarantee that your interviewer is going to be looking through the whole thing, but when they do look through it, I want something to jump out of them so that they can see it. And then we're going to talk about how do you share your portfolio. So your portfolio, when I first did my portfolio, it was a paper copy portfolio because this was years ago. I didn't think about doing a digital portfolio. I did a paper copy portfolio and I would hand them a folder. But with our digital age and everything going towards technology, I think it's really beneficial to have a digital one because 1, you can pass it out to all your interviewers. If you're sitting on an interview panel, you can also send it ahead of time. If you're emailing the principal ahead of time, you can also send it after you're done interviewing, when you're sending your thank you emails, or it's a great way to create a card with a little QR code that you can attach to your resume. So if you want to, you can actually scan this QR code right here on the slide, and it'll take you to a sample Google slide portfolio. It's just a sample, so it's not a full portfolio, but you can see what it looks like when you publish it. So you're going to publish your portfolio online, and that way you can create a QR code out of it. So if you click on that QR code, if you scan that QR code right now, it'll show you my own published portfolio. It's just a sample, so it's not really my own. And I'm going to show you how to publish your portfolio as well if you ever create one in QR code. And then I'll also send this simple QR code card for you to use when you create your own portfolio as well. So I'm going to show you how to publish your own portfolio. So I'm going to exit out of this real quick and pull up. So I have this digital QR code that I will share with you, and I'm going to show you how you're going to publish your portfolio. So I have my portfolio, that's a sample right now. And I'm going to show you how you're going to publish your portfolio. So mine's already published. You can publish it as well as unpublish it. So when you're done with your interview, in order to publish your portfolio, if you're in Google Slides, you're going to pull up your Google Slides. You're going to go straight to File, and you're going to click on Publish to the Web. So when you publish it to the web, you're going to think about, it's going to have this button right here. Right here, it would be yellow, and you're going to click on Published. And so every single time someone clicks on your link, they can see your entire portfolio, but they cannot edit your portfolio. So it'll look just like a slide, but you are not able to edit it at all. You're not able to click on anything. You can't move anything. You can't change it, and you can't save anything. That way you have your portfolio that you personally have, and whoever's looking at it, they're not going to be able to mess it up. So since you are publishing your portfolio, you really need to think about what you want to put in your portfolio. So I did want to talk about privacy for a little bit. When you publish it, you are publishing it straight to the web. And so, like for example, if you are publishing it straight to the web, it's going to be out there for the web to see. So when you're looking at things like your classroom management, so I have pictures like this right here on my portfolio, you want to make sure that you don't have your kids' faces in it. You want to make sure you don't have your kids' work in it. And you need to make sure that you are blurring out all of those things because it is published to the web, and to keep your personal information out of it. So for privacy reasons, your personal information don't need to be on it, because your personal information are going to be on your resume already. And so whatever you're publishing, just make sure that you are not publishing kids' faces, anything else like that, to be sure that you're not sending anything out that's personal. And then I also wanted to show you that you can actually unpublish everything that you publish on the web. So if you have scanned my QR code right now, you can see my portfolio. But if I go back and I unpublish everything, you're not going to be able to see it. So right here again, I'm going to show you where you can go to it. You're going to click on File. You're going to click on Publish to the Web. And right here, I can click Stop Publishing. So if I click Stop Publishing, you're not going to be able to see my portfolio anymore. And then I can always republish, and that link will work the same way. So even if you publish and you stop publishing it, the link that you send out will automatically update to when you publish it or unpublish it. And the great thing about that is you can publish your Google Slide portfolio for that interview or for that week of your interview. And after you're done, you can unpublish it. So now it's no longer on the web, so that no one else can see it. Only the people who were interviewing you, and only during that time that they can see it. And I also wanted to share that when you create your portfolio through Google Slides, if it's already published, like mine is already published, and I go back in and I say, you know what, I decide to change my mind and I am going to delete this slide, and I delete my About Me slide just now. If you click on that link again or go to that QR code again, it automatically updates everything that you've already published. So if you decide to edit something, but you want to keep your portfolio published, you edit it, and your published portfolio will stay the way that you want it to. It's not going to be the same link. Your link automatically updates, and your file automatically updates, so that when it's published, you can still edit it. No one else can edit it, but you can still edit it. So that's a great way to do your portfolio. That's personally why I like to do Google Slides, is because I can edit it any way that I want to. And then when they see it, they can still edit it. or sorry, they can't edit it, but you can still edit it. So after you publish this, you can make changes and it automatically saves, because Google Slide automatically saves everything, even if it's published. And then, of course, I have a couple tips for you about Google Slides and about creating a portfolio, is that it's so extremely important to create your portfolio ahead of time. So if you are not interviewing for a job right now, I personally would go ahead and start your portfolio right now, because once your interview comes, you're not going to remember everything that you've been doing. You could have an amazing lesson from 2 years ago that you really wanted to put in there, but you're not going to remember it. I consistently update my portfolio every year. Whenever I do something that I think really works for my students, I will upload it. And so I consistently upload my portfolio. And by having a digital portfolio, for example, through Google Slides, it's much easier to consistently upload and update. When I had a hard copy portfolio, it was, you had to print out the pictures, you had to put it in a folder, you had to put it in a sleeve. But with the digital one, it's a great way to consistently upload it. And I love the digital one because I'm going to show you my Google Slide one again. It's because it's a great way to showcase your technology abilities. It's a great way to show all the things that you are able to do. And it's also a great way to show that you are keeping up with what you are doing. I'm going to quickly go through my portfolio to show you some things that I personally would put in it. But of course, I am a pre-K teacher, so of course it's going to be different for you. And again, Google Slides is amazing because it's a completely blank slate, meaning you can customize it any way that you want to fit the job that you want or fit the position that you want. So in my portfolio, the main things that I would always make sure to have is you need a title page so that they know who you are. And then, of course, a table of contents. I think it's so important to show your organization skills and show them that that's what you're doing. I've been fortunate enough on my at my school that I've sat on a couple of interview panels. And so I know that one of those questions is always how organized that you are. And so a portfolio is a great way to show them that, hey, I am organized and I've thought about this position and I am serious about this position that I want. And so I'm showing you a couple of things. I have it organized by sections. Again, when you have your portfolios, I would keep it simple and keep it easy for people to read. And then I would make sure that I have a good amount of pictures and a good amount of words, but not overwhelming, so that, it's not paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs of things that you're reading. Because again, a portfolio is what you want to show, not what you want to tell. These are things you want to show that you're not able to show in an interview, and things that you're not able to see. And it's a great way to back up what you are doing during your interviews. So for example, I can tell my interviewers that, oh, I have an organized classroom. This is where I keep all my things, but they're not seeing it. Your portfolio is a great way to show that. So I'm just going to go through a couple of things that you are able to see on your own as well. For example, I show, some flexible seating, but I'm showing it with captions rather than telling them or writing a whole thing on that. So I would keep it to a couple of pictures per page, maybe a caption here or there to show them what you've been doing. Again, keep it simple, don't overdo it. This is just really showing them the best parts of your job and what you truly believe in yourself. Again, if you notice that my templates, there's only 2 sides to it. There is a sectioned off template as well as a simple template. I did not add any other colors to it. I want my pictures and things to speak for itself. Again, this is not my full portfolio. I just wanted to show you a sample of it. You can make it however that you want to fit your position. And personally, that's why I would do it through Google Slides. And it's the same thing as you would do for any other thing, is you would just create your own template and upload it the same way that you want to. But aside from my other session before, you don't have to worry about movable images, because when you publish it, no one will be able to move anything that you put on there. They're just able to go through your slides and read it and see what you put on there. And it's a great way for you to do that because they can't save it. If you are not comfortable in Google Slides, again, you can do it through Weebly. And I'm going to show you one more time a couple of examples, because I think there is a session on Weebly during EdTech Live that you can go to. And that's another great way for you to use Weebly to create your portfolios online. And that's all I have for today. So if you have any questions, and then this is my email. If you ever have any questions, you can ask me and I can show you anything about portfolios or Google sessions and things like that. So.
Well, thank you. We were looking at, I don't think Weebly's allowed inside there.
Okay.
So when you said that, I'm like, oh,
sorry.
No. Yeah, I think some teachers started to do it with students. I'm like, nope, not approved. So on your own device.
Google Slides is a great way to use it.
Yeah, and I think they make it really easy.
I do. Yeah.
I need to stop your sharing.
Sorry.
There you go.
There you go.
I got it. I know how to do that.
We are learning a lot as we go. So that's what's important. But I'm sharing the presentation links right now.
Both of the sessions that she did.
Yep.
On the chat. I think that like, oh my gosh, the portfolio, that looked amazing.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, what a great way to, because I agree with you. Sometimes you do these amazing things and then you like forget, or like, you know, you go to make your resume and you're like, oh no, I remember I did that. So if you like just immediately put it into that portfolio, you have everything right there. Take your picture, put it in your portfolio. And it looked fantastic. I loved it. So thank you for sharing your portfolio with us.
So it could be something like you're doing this presentation now, right? And then if you have a tweet that a teacher made, like, oh my gosh, Laura Nang is amazing. She did this and that. And that is something live that you can put in your portfolio.
And it automatically updates.
Right?
It's amazing.
So, if you wait until the end, you're not going to find that tweet again. So you have to be building it as you're going.
Yes. And that was one of the questions that was asked. If you do publish to the web, are you able to make changes still? And then you answered that right after. So it was a perfect segue to
telling you, she's amazing.
She is amazing.
Y'all are way too nice.
It looks great.
Yeah. So the template, I mean, you started with a blank template, but you can definitely go to like Slides Mania or
Slides Mania is amazing. Yeah.
To find even I remember you showed us PowerPoint. They have some portfolios templates there. Yeah. You can modify them, but by all means, I think looks look very clean because the focus was you rather than the pretty things out on the outside.
Right. Yes.
And the QR code, I think, because when you do a portfolio, for some reason, they still want you to print it like you were saying. But if you put that QR code there, that's to be like, oh, look, you're trying to be an innovator and did you do it digital and showcase, like, again, like a live tweet feed. Yeah. And rather than a picture. Yeah. And it lets you do that. So that's a great idea. So
and it's a great way. And it's because, you know, when you're going on an interview panel, there's like 6 other people watching you. But if you had a hard copy portfolio, you're printing out 6 of these stacks. So with that QR code, it's like anyone can access it anytime that they need to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like a one page. Here's the highlights, but then here, if you want to look deeper, here's my whole portfolio, which that's fantastic.
Innovation, you see, like it's not just paper anymore. Because I remember back in the days, you have to buy this super fancy binders. And have one for each person. I'm like, no, just do it online.
Well, and what if they put in a lot of people in your interview all of a sudden and you don't have enough copies?
Yeah.
It's like, here's my QR code.
Yeah. So now you have it for everybody. It's so much easier.
Save a forest.
Yeah. That is fantastic. Well, we appreciate you being here with us. I think that all of us learned a lot. And I see in the chat that people are saying how much they loved it. Thank you. So we really appreciate you giving us your time on a Saturday and sharing.
Thank you for having me.
This great material. Yes, you're welcome.
So if you have questions or you want, you know, like you remember how she did it because she did 2 sessions in one. Yes. You're gonna have to go back.
I forgot. You can also send out that digital QR code card that I link. So they can have that QR.
We're putting the links on the chat.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
But yeah, if you want to watch this recording, remember that we show you how to slow down in YouTube if you just need to do the step-by-step kind of thing. But yeah, this videos will be available forever and ever on YouTube, but credit is only after Sunday at midnight.
No, before.
Oh, before, sorry. before Sunday.
Yes.
So I'm looking at a different camera.
I know. It is kind of hard. We have so many screens
we
that
keep
we're like,
changing
where are we
things.
supposed to be looking? But it's perfect. But yes, and just a reminder that these sessions will still be available on our website. And you can always go back. Usually what we do after the video is not live anymore is we'll add the little tag to tell you exactly when each session starts. So you won't have to like scrub and try to find it. You'll just click on the timestamp that will take you directly to the beginning of that session. So
it's
make
in the
sure
description.
you do that. It's in the description.
You have to click
underneath.
show more,
Yes.
and then you will see the whole thing. We have to click and show more, otherwise you won't see it. And then you tap, oh, I want to see Laura. Click, and it automatically will send you where she starts.
Yep. But thank you, Laura. We appreciate it. And we will see you next time.
Yes.
I'll be contacting you soon for DLC.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
All right, well, we have a couple of extra minutes so you can take care of whatever you need to be doing. I have the video ready, you see. I am prepared.
Yes. And remember that we have coming up next in Channel A.
Oh, yeah. Channel A, we have the awesome Claudio Sabala. He's going to show us Adobe Spark for Education, which we all have access to. So excited.
That is very exciting.
Because like all teachers and students have access. It doesn't matter what age they are. Before, with regular Adobe Spark, you have to be 13 and up. But because we have the education domain, it's private, is only inside Fair. So the age restriction goes away. So he's going to show us that. And then in the other channel, I'm very excited about Jenny. They're showing OneNote, what the inclusion in Schoology. So how are you going to be able to have digital notebooks? Remember when we were teachers, we have like all these notebooks, and then we have to carry them home, and they were super heavy and full of all kinds of things. Well, now that we are one-to-one, you don't need those no more.
That's correct.
You can still use your inking tool, take pictures, embed everything in there, and it's still it's still a notebook. So if you want to know how to do that, that's generally the other channel.
That'll
and then,
be in Channel B.
Yeah. So if you have FOMO, then go back later.
Always go back. Always go back.
And watch both sessions.
And just remember, the secret code is shared at some point during the presentation. So if you miss it, just rewind the video, and then you can always fast forward back to catch up, or you can listen at super speed to catch up. So the code is only shared once. We will not be putting it in the chat. So thank you all for honoring that. You have been fantastic. And my friends in the chat have been helping me and saying, we're not putting the code in here.
And so where is the
good
code?
job.
Where's the code? You know who was not paying attention.
Yes, you've been good. And it happens. I mean, it happened to me during DLC. I'm like, I just missed the code. So it's so nice to be able to just rewind and then get that code and then catch up. So awesome.
All right.
We will be back in about 10 minutes or so, a little bit later, and
11:57. That's when we're back.
We'll be back
So,
with Claudio, and we're excited.
Bye.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is turning off the suggested documents at the top. To do this, click the Settings gear in the upper right corner, then click Settings, then uncheck the Show Suggested Files in my Drive and in Shared with Me. Then click Done. Now, when you go into your Drive, you instantly see your folders.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Do you have a website that you use all the time that you wish you could set a placeholder for? Well, you can set a bookmark in Google Chrome. Go to your favorite website and look for the star at the end of the web address bar. Click the star, add the bookmark, name it, and click Done. Your bookmark is now on the bookmarks bar. Whenever I want to open it again, I just simply click on my bookmark.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is turning off the suggested documents at the top. To do this, click the Settings gear in the upper right corner, then click Settings, then uncheck the Show Suggested Files in my Drive and in Shared with Me. Then click Done. Now, when you go into your Drive, you instantly see your folders.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Do you have a website that you use all the time that you wish you could set a placeholder for? Well, you can set a bookmark in Google Chrome. Go to your favorite website and look for the star at the end of the web address bar. Click the star, add the bookmark, name it, and click Done. Your bookmark is now on the bookmarks bar. Whenever I want to open it again, I just simply click on my bookmark.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is turning off the suggested documents at the top. To do this, click the Settings gear in the upper right corner, then click Settings, then uncheck the Show Suggested Files in my Drive and in Shared with Me. Then click Done. Now, when you go into your Drive, you instantly see your folders.
Hi, welcome to EdTech Live. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch. And submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTech Live. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Do you have a website that you use all the time that you wish you could set a placeholder for? Well, you can set a bookmark in Google Chrome. Go to your favorite website and look for the star at the end of the web address bar. Click the star, add the bookmark, name it, and click Done. Your bookmark is now on the bookmarks bar. Whenever I want to open it again, I just simply click on my bookmark.
Hey, we're back. For
Our
our-
last session.
Yes, we made it.
We made it.
It went so fast.
It actually did go really fast.
All right, let's just take care of this housekeeping. Sorry, my English is not working today. Housekeeping things. Attendance, we're going to show you a code. Again, please take a picture, write it down, don't put it in the chat. Help us out if somebody's asking, where is the code? You will say,
They have been fantastic about saying that. They know that you don't put it in the code, and we will, you can always rewind and come back. Remember that these videos will be posted on the EdTech website, or the EdTech Live website. And so you can always go back and watch them. We were just looking at Twitter during the break. So make sure that you are tweeting and using our hashtag, which is
CFISD EdTech Live.
Yes.
Because we were looking at Sci-Fair ISD, and that is not current.
I think we changed things up on y'all at some point. So,
Anyways.
But it was kind of fun because I got to see my daughter from 2018, and I'm like,
For the challenge that I did with
so
a little pen
cute.
and the
So-
notes.
It was very cute. But yes, we are ready to.
Well, let me show that, because Claudia's going to show you Adobe Spark, but I need to show you how is it that you are going to log in. You have to look at, let me see, I think I'm sharing the right screen.
Yes, I see Adobe Spark.
Right? Okay. So you click, I just Google Adobe Spark. So you click right there. And then my face is probably covering the sign in, but you click on sign in, you already have an account. When you click and sign in, you will do school account. And then we will do Google. And this is the tricky part. We're doing enterprise ID, and it will link your credentials. This is for teachers and students. So you already have an account because we made it for you. Now, I think my Zoom little video camera is covering it, but behind the Zoom picture that you're showing, let me see if I can make this smaller so you can see it. See my desktop. All right, you click on this, your face, you should be able to see Spark Premium for Education. That's what you're looking for. All right, so make sure that you have that and you are good to go. All right, so let me, oops, I haven't even admitted Claudio. I am so sorry.
He's waiting so patiently.
He's waiting so patiently.
He's probably getting worried.
I've learned so much from Claudio and his tips with Adobe Spark. He is a master on Adobe Spark. Did I not move it from panelist?
Here he comes.
Here he comes. All right. So yeah, come on.
I still don't see him now.
I did it. Do it again.
There it is.
Promote to.
For some reason, it doesn't seem like it's sticking. Promote to panelists.
I did.
Yeah. Why isn't it letting him move over?
I don't know. Can I just drag him in?
No, no.
Zoom manager over
Zoom
here?
does not work like that.
Okay.
All right, hold on one second. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. You know, that never happens to EdTech people. That never happens. But
I'm clicking on
I'm not sure why he's not moving
I mean, I
over.
did it 3 times. This is the 4th time I do it.
Let me call in some reinforcements.
What if I remove them and then add them again? How about that?
You can try that. I'm going to call our reinforcements and see.
Okay. Claudia, what if I'm going to remove you and then I need you to come back to see if that will do it? I don't know. All right. Remove.
No, don't.
No. Okay.
Oh, sorry, that was very dramatic, but don't, because then he can't come back.
Oh, okay. Things that I don't know.
Yeah, but
anyway, I can tell you about Adobe Spark. There's 3 different programs in Adobe Spark. You're going to be able to do graphics. You can do video. And yes, you can do websites, but inside Fair, that is a no-no. We are not going into websites. It's there, but we're not doing that.
I'm gonna.
I don't know why it's not letting me in. Look, I click promote panelist and it doesn't do it.
No, it's not doing it on mine either.
So it's not me. It is. It is easier to blame it on the technology. Technology is not working.
All right, so.
That's what I said.
But if you kick him out, then it says he can't come back.
All right, Claudia, why don't you leave?
Yeah.
And then you come back in. Because
Yes.
if I kick you out, I guess it won't let
Can
you
you
in.
text him that?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
I'll text you.
We're gonna text it because he might not even be hearing us. I'm not totally sure because we don't see him. I'm gonna chat to him. So this is fun. So in the chat, you can tell us all the great things that you've learned. If you were in the other channel, tell me what you've learned because we have been in here. So I'm curious what's been going on in channel B. So somebody tell us what is happening over in channel B.
Yeah. Okay.
While we wait. Okay, I think he's going to leave the meeting and then come back and hopefully then we'll be able to promote him.
Yeah.
But 3 of us have tried and none of us can promote him for some reason. So I'm not sure.
It's the internet.
I don't know. I couldn't load Twitter on my phone, so something was definitely happening.
We always blame it on the internet.
But yes.
I still see him there.
You
though.
could just have the Danielle and Manny comedy show while we're waiting. I'm sure that would be a lot of fun.
I think they already see the Manny and Danielle comedy
had
show.
Just a little taste of what happens in our office all the time. So,
Okay.
Jersey Village TV said that they've been in here all day.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. I know with my
No
hot
one can
mic.
help me. Okay, so he.
Yeah, you can see me,
us.
but I need to promote you and it doesn't let me.
Yes.
So I don't know if you've left the.
Here, let me
the-
chat him and tell him to leave the meeting and come back.
I did. I texted him that.
Here we go.
Yeah.
OneNote tips and tricks on channel B. There you go. That's a great idea. You could jump over to channel B real fast and then come back. And we'll have all of this solved. All of the problems will be solved. But okay, good. You're telling me about channel B. Oh, you saw Stacy. We love Stacy.
She was a
OneNote tips and
DLC.
tricks. Yes.
And she has a
was.
great book, Hint, Hint. Tech with Heart.
She was great.
She did Cami, I believe, a DLC.
She did lots of things.
She's
She
she's
did
great.
Tech with Heart. Yes, that's her book.
Okay, so he
let's
left.
see.
Now he needs to. Oh, here we go.
No
Oh,
worries.
yeah, he's right here.
He's there.
So,
So now he's in, right?
Yeah, we just need to start video.
Yes. I think the problem might be solved.
There you go. I'm gonna blame it on Claudio.
I think
not
he
my
was
thing.
just testing us to see like what we could do with the time or something.
I can now the audio.
But now we can't hear
Now
him.
you can.
He said, hold on 1 second. Okay.
I have to unmute.
I don't know. He needs to change his settings. Claudio, can you hear us?
He can hear us. Yeah.
Okay. But we can't
I mean,
hear
you can tell me what to say.
I love that our people in the chat are so kind. Like, oh, it's okay. It's great. Yes,
Okay,
we've all
what
been
if
there. Thank
what
you
if
for
I do
being so
this?
kind.
Because he's the last one.
That-
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give you like,
Yeah, now you have superpower rights. So please, please.
yeah, I can't, I don't know, but we can't hear you. There you go. I can hear you on my computer. Yes. Oh, wait, it went away.
I was going to say, I don't
I heard
know.
something.
He said, hold on. Here, I'll pull up my other headphones.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
There you go. Yes.
Okay, we're live.
Here.
So Claudio, you might have to talk really fast because you lost 5 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. This
Even
mic
professionals.
this is working for me here, but you can't hear it, which I don't know why. This is just hold on. Let's see. Testing. Can you hear it now?
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you. Okay, that's good. Perfect. Okay, because this mic is much nicer. It sounds better.
you.
Anyway,
It sounds really good.
well,
yeah.
well, look at that. What an intro, huh? Oh boy.
Technical difficulty. It happens to everybody, people. You see?
It's because it's Saturday, I guess. I don't know. My computer.
I
just-
guess.
I don't know. Can you hear me okay though? And everything's
Yes,
good.
it
Awesome.
sounds really good.
Yes, it sounds great.
All right. So the only thing I did say is inside fair, we don't use the websites. We're not allowed to use websites.
Okay.
So everything else is all game.
So no, so Spark Page is off limits right
Yes.
That's
If
correct.
you're in Sapphire, it's off limits, but you can do graphics and video.
now. Sounds good. That's good to know. So do we have people from just Cypher, or do we have people?
We have in-district people, and we also have people outside of the
Okay.
district that is also watching from all
Awesome.
over the world. We have people from.
Actually, yeah, I think she did say that there was some like from, I don't even remember. It
She
was really
said-
far.
She said
Really far away.
India, Europe. We have like, I guess we're super famous now. When she does the RSVP, we get people from all kinds of places. So that's really exciting. Oh, there's the
Okay,
thing in the chat.
perfect.
Cool. So yeah, I just shared the link. That's just like a resource. So
Okay.
we'll, as
I'll probably share that at the end if that's okay. Do they need that ahead of time or
No,
at
they
the
don't.
end?
No,
Okay.
we're just.
I'll
gonna
share
dive-
that at the end.
All right. Well, I'll leave and then it's all yours.
Awesome. All right. And if for any reason something's not working right, just let me know.
Yeah,
Send me a
I'll
message.
let you know.
You should be able to see my screen now.
Yes.
Yes, we.
Awesome. All right. This just makes it easier and then I remove my pictures that way it's not in the way. So what you're seeing here is the Spark landing page. So when you log in, and then I kind of watched your intro there. When you click on your little avatar, you see that you're in the right spot. I have my own account, but you should see, like Manny was mentioning, your district email there. So I'm going to talk about telling your story with Adobe Spark. I'm going to share some different things that you can do in the classroom, do yourself, and just different ways that you can share ideas, content, written creatively. And we'll see. I may do a demo on my phone. It all depends on the technology. Being how it kind of started off, I may just skip that because just never know. I don't want something to not work. And so the resource that I shared with you, that Spark page, think of that as a resource for you. You can kind of go through there and look. There's some examples. As you scroll through, you can click and it shows you, if you scroll down to the section where it has exemplars, you can click on it, and there's some templates that you can actually use and copy. And so this is different activities that you can do. And so I'll pick some of those and I'll demo some of those and show you how I start off. But kind of first off, and I won't, because of the time, I'll kind of skip it. But if you, on that resource page, there's a little section there where I talk about what is storytelling. So if you click on it, not right now, you don't have to, but sometime, click on it and just kind of watch it. It just kind of talks, how storytelling has evolved through the ages, from hieroglyphs to where we're at now with, we tell our stories digitally, we on social media, on different platforms, in the classroom, and different LMS tools, and texting each other. And so there's different ways that we share stories. So before I continue, and I don't know if I can see this or not, a chat with the whole group, is that possible? Just let me know in the chat there, Manny or Ryan. If not, then I can skip that. And basically is, can people respond? And if not, that's cool. I don't need to. But basically, what are some stories that you tell? And again, I don't know if I can see the chat or not. And I'm not seeing the chat, so I'll just go with, I can't see it. So, but we all tell different stories. We will do it. Family stories. We'll do some things. We take little trips, vacations, events that are happening at school. Graduations, landmark events, sporting events, academic events, all different things. And in personal life, events that happen, births, marriages, and just different things, thoughts that you may have, ideas. And so there's all those different things that we tell. And so what I love about Adobe Spark is it gives you a great way to look through and use different templates, different formatted content, where you can focus on the story and not have to worry too much on the tech piece of it, or the kind of the design piece. You don't have to have the background in design and in graphics or video or anything. So you can use what's there. So what I do want to mention here is, when you land on this page, and I'll kind of just quickly tell you what you see here. These are the different templates that you can use from, and these are, would say, maybe the most popular ones, the most frequently used ones, and that's why they're here. You see the Instagram ones and Facebook. Photo collages, presentations, slideshows, and presentations has to do with web pages, so we'll skip that. But slideshows with videos, and then I'll talk a little bit about branded content, and then you'll see your recent projects that you work on, and then down here, a lot of people, what happens is they kind of skip through here. They just start with this blue plus sign and get started. But if you ever get a chance, I would say explore these templates here. Start from with these beautiful templates. So Adobe Spark, I'm sorry, I would say Adobe has, you know, a slew of designers that work for them, and they go through and create all these. And sometimes they will have individuals that they'll contract with and create these that are designers, and you basically can take some of these and run with them and change them up, make it your own. And if you click on explore templates here, you'll see that there are all these different ones: animated, premium, lifestyle, and like right here, over 50,000 templates. So if I were to type in here, or I have to say click in here, you can see the popular searches. And then down here, all these different categories. And here is edu, lifestyle. Those are some great ones for storytelling. So I'll click on edu one. And then here we go. We have all these different templates for educational style templates. Let's see here, certificate of achievement. So you can create some really cool designed certificates. So if you're doing anything in your classroom where you're giving certificates to students, you print them out. Here's a great one. You can check that one out. There's some concept mapping. So if you're doing kind of the design thinking or brainstorming type of things, you can use these templates that are here. Let's scroll down a little bit further. Here's another concept map. Career fairs, if you kind of doing some content where you're sharing on social media, events that are happening at your school, happy Teachers Day. So a ton of stuff here. So explore. I definitely recommend going through here and kind of seeing, you're like, oh, wow, these are great. Now, so I'm saying all this, hey, check all these out. So here's how it works. So let's go ahead and there's like so many great ones. Let's see. Here's the part that just takes a ton of time because I love them all, and like I don't know which one to pick. Okay, let's go with let's do, geez, I don't know what to pick. Let's do this one, virtual talent show. So when you click on it, basically right here, you create from this template, and when you click on it, it'll open up Adobe Spark's editing window, and you get in there and start editing that project. Now it says right here, there's some missing fonts because the template has some fonts. So I'll just click replace the fonts, and it'll just go with some standard fonts that are available for me. So that's kind of how you can use those templates. So let me go back home, and I'll go through, continue down here at the bottom. So we talked about templates. Now here's some tutorials here. So if you are looking to do something, you click on these tutorials, you can slide through here, all these different tutorials here. They're about like 2 minute, actually not even 2 minutes. There's like 26-second ones, really quick templates, just like how do I group an object, show you how to do that. So check those out if you get a chance. And so let's see here. Let's start with, I'm going to do a kind of a comic strip story, or like a story sequence. I'm going to do it based on a recent trip we took, the Thanksgiving break. I think it was last week. Now I'm losing track of time. I'm going to do it based on sometimes a trip we took. So I'm going to come up here to this, the plus sign here, and I'm going to choose collage. That's for me, the easiest way to start the sequencing of stories, or even just kind of like a comic strip type event. And sometimes what I do with this is just create kind of a timeline of kind of the trip or an event that happened. And so I can choose all these different ones. And usually what I do, this is kind of my little hack. Instead of uploading, so now I'm not going to upload, I'm using my wife's laptop here, so the pictures aren't on her computer, they're somewhere else, and I'll show you where. But if you were to click upload, you can upload from a computer. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pick just any of these pictures, and that's okay because I'm going to replace all these. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. I think I'm going to just go ahead and choose 10. And the reason I just pick those so that it'll create a grid, or to say kind of a layout for me, and have it ready for me to edit. So now here, the next option you have is you can choose the size. Now, if you pick something and you don't like it, you could always go change it when you're in the project. So if you're like, oh, I'm not sure what I want to do, and you're later on, oh, I really didn't like that layout, you could always change it up. So I'm going to go ahead, because I'm going to share this. I'm going to share this on Facebook, and I'm going to click next. And so Adobe Spark has this artificial intelligence. It's called Adobe Sensei. It is their artificial intelligence that it's been designed. It'll go through and just algorithmic, I don't even know, with algorithm. I was trying to say that word. It'll set it all up. So here's the layout. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the layout is there. Now here comes the part where I'm going to change these pictures to mine. So if I click here, and it says right over here, there's an edit option to change that picture. I'll hit replace. And I'm going to come over here, see how, over here on this side, I'm going to go to Lightroom, because let me go back real quick. I kind of glanced over or glossed over this. So when you come to the replace or add a picture, the options here are to upload a photo, find free photos. There's an Adobe stock option. That's a subscription based, separate from Adobe Spark, that you can pay a monthly fee and use a certain amount of pictures. The free ones, there's a ton there. So I would say if you need a generic picture, you can find it here. I always let educators and anybody know, free pictures are great, but I always recommend use your own pictures if you can first, because it's your story and you're telling your story. And I think it's more relevant when you use your own pictures. And you own rights to the picture. Now, these are free, so you're able to use them. There's no penalty. There's nothing. No one will come after you saying, hey, that's a picture. It's free. But I think if you're able to use your own, and if you teach your students, be great digital citizens, to kind of avoid the copyright issues, even though they're free, there's no copyright problem because they're Creative Commons. It's always great to encourage students and encourage your fellow teachers to use your own pictures. I highly recommend that. And again, Adobe Stock is a subscription base, and a lot of companies their individuals will use that when they're creating content, promotions that they're selling content. So libraries, you have a library's availability with your Adobe account. Now you can connect your Dropbox, Google Photos, and Google Drive. So if you save your photos there, you can access photos there. I'm going to go to Lightroom. It's another Adobe product. It's a photo editing tool that I use on my phone and on the computer and iPad. It syncs up in the cloud, so I can edit one place and it'll open up somewhere else. So these are albums that I created. And so what I'm going to go do is look for my folder. Here it is, New Mexico 2021. We recently took a trip to New Mexico. And so what I'm going to do is grab these pictures, and notice how it replaced it right here. See that? And what I'm going to do, let's see if it'll let me. So what I clicked in here and see if it'll replace it. Nope. So it wants me actually to click here, hit replace. Just a little silly here, but let's go back to Lightroom. And I think actually I'm going to actually show you a little hack. Let's do this. It's all about hacks today. We're going to do some hacks. I'm going to go ahead and click here, and I'll explain some of these pictures, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just click to see 1, 2, 3, 4. My apologies. I thought I muted my phone here. 6, 7, see 8, 9. I think I've got enough here, but we'll see. Okay. So what I did, I just stacked pictures, which is okay. All right. Let's close that out. And it looks like a mumbo jumbo of stuff, but that's okay. And check this out. This is pretty cool. Should let me do this if I hover over that. Let's see. No, it didn't let me do it. That's okay. We're gonna do undo. And what I'll do, I'll just go back. Let's hit the replace. So I guess that's what it wants me to do. Here we go. And let me make sure we're keeping track of time here. And for the sake of time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this a little short as far as how many pictures I'll use in here. And let's see. Oops. Oh, goodness. I keep forgetting how to hit replace. Lightroom. And Mexico. We get a few more here. Replace. And like I said, for the sake of time, I'm going to show you. I'm going to just make it not as many pictures in there. And let's do one more. So we'll do let you see get the full picture of my family here. And so what I'm going to do is kind of give you a timeline, kind of a sequence of our trip here. All right, that's cool. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've got 6 pictures. So, okay, so this one right here, I'm going to get rid of it. Hit the trash can, and I'm going to say delete the cell. We're going to click that one because that one's not part of my trip. We'll delete the cell. And so what I'm going through here is deleting the cell. Now, if I were to say delete the content, it will leave the cell here. And then I can go ahead and choose an image to drop in there. But I'm going to go ahead and delete the cell. And everything looks all kind of disproportionate. And that's okay. So here's what I do is I go over here to design. Hold on. Let's see. Background. Here we go. And what I'll do is I'll click on these different ones, and then I'll just go through until I find one that fits. I think that will work. I think that one's good. All right. Let's see. Actually, I think I might try this one right here. Yeah, it's kind of cool. All right. So let's do a little resize. Remember I said you could always change the size. I'm going to make the width 2000. There we go. So you can see it looks a little better. Now I'm going to put these in order, and here's what you can do is you can click in here and drag it over here, and look how easily it changes it up. I'm going to resize that, and I can do the same thing here, drag it over here. So what I'm doing is clicking and dragging and replacing it into a different cell. And that one will stay there. I'll explain what all that is. You're like, what in the world is Claudia doing? I'm going to drag that one over here. And then drag that one here. And then the last one's already ready to go. So this is basically, we took a trip to New Mexico, stopped by Roswell. We're all kind of science fiction geeks. We kind of stopped there and went to a couple of museums on our way to Ruidoso, New Mexico. That's my wife there. And we're out hiking, and then took a picture while we were hiking there. It's the family there. And so what I'll do here is I can adjust how, see this edge right here, it's white. And we're going to click on background there. And I'm going to do this is I'm going to click this little lock and basically when I do this, when I just see how it matches everywhere. So I'll do that. And colors, instead of white. So what I did is I clicked right here. I'm going to change this. Let's go that one there. because if I were just to share that and it's white, it'll kind of float. And I don't want it to float. I want it to be able to be kind of an edge. Maybe make it lighter, maybe make it gray. Now let's stick with that one. Now the next thing is I'll add some text. So click on text, add here, and it'll say on the road to New Mexico. And change the color of the text to white, and then nice contrast. And I'll make that smaller, and we'll put that right there. And what I can do is make that just a little tad bit smaller, is grab this text, click on it and duplicate it. This is a little hack. Then I can come, whoa, that's interesting why it went small. Let's try that again. There's the text, we'll duplicate it. Interesting why it's making it smaller. And what I'll do is grab this text and we'll place it down here. And we'll call this, let's see, McDonald's in Roswell. So I'm basically describing what's happening in this trip. So what I would do is go through each of these and add a different text. Probably needs a capital D there for McDonald's. And then duplicate that. Add it up here at the top. And duplicate it again. Again and again. Why 3 times? Because just that way I don't have to start from scratch. I can just click on the text there. And so basically I would go through and change every single text. But because of the time, I'm going to go ahead and kind of pause here or stop here. And basically there is basically a timeline, kind of a story sequence. So how would I use this in the classroom? Students can share events, maybe when they come back from a break, share some events. Maybe they had an awesome, sporting activity. They can share a sequence of sporting pictures in each of these, kind of explain what's going on. Or if they're writing their own little story, if they draw their own picture, maybe they create their own comic book, they can draw pictures on a piece of paper. And here's the thing, what I would do is take pictures of each of those drawings, and then you can drop the picture, in sequence in each of these, and then use text here, the text tool, to kind of tell a story, like in each of the cells, just like in a comic strip. One of my favorite comics is Calvin and Hobbes. You would have, the text in here in each of them, and basically you're creating a little story sequence. So this is the activity, kind of like a comic strip activity. So hopefully you've enjoyed that one. And again, I can't see the comments here, so I wish I can be able to answer if there's a question about it. But so we'll go ahead and proceed. One thing I recommend before I click out, Adobe Spark will save multiple projects with that title, My Post. So if I were to click on my projects and type a search for My Post, I have a ton of projects that I created. Some of them are just like really quick things that I won't keep, but I forget to delete it from my projects, and it'll just say My Project. So what I'll do here is I'll name this story, and as this is just my habit, I capitalize everything. It's just one of my organizational things. Story sequence demo. And so I'll click out here. So now it's named. If I click on projects, it's going to save it. And if I scroll down a little bit here, you'll see there it is, story sequence project. So notice right here, this one's called My Post. Here I have IG post 17. So here's one called My Post. I don't need that anymore. So look at this. I'll click here and I'll delete it. And that is gone. And one of the things here is once you delete it, it's gone. You can't get it back. So if you delete it, make sure you want to delete it, or else it'll be gone. While I'm here, You may see like, hey, what are all these things right here? These are all folders. So you have the ability in projects over here on the left-hand side. If you click projects, and while I'm here, I'll show you. You can create little folders. It's right over here on the right-hand side, kind of underneath your picture. There's a little tiny folder, and you can create folders. So I'll just call this demo, and I'll click create. And I'm going to scroll down here. You'll see right here, there's a folder called demo. I have a folder called Flipgrid, as I have Flipgrid projects I created, and I dropped in there different presentations, blogs, sing a song, just a ton of different content. I highly recommend you share that with your students. It's a great way to stay organized with your projects. And so that was easier to find. So if I click here, for example, let me click in there. Let's go Christmas cards. If I click in Christmas cards there, I have my Christmas cards right there. So now I can go back and find them. If I click on projects, I'm back out. So definitely, I would highly recommend to take advantage of that. All right, next one. Let's go ahead and do, let's see, which one should we do? I'm going to do a fun one. Let's do, it's called the pop art, say pop art photo. It's a great, or actually text portrait photo. Let's do text portrait photo. So I'm going to click here.
Hey, Claudia, before you start, could we show attendance?
Oh, yes.
You said 2:30.
Perfect.
All right, so let's just get that out of the way because you're about to start something. I don't want to interrupt you in the middle of it.
That's great.
All right, so I'm going to share the super secret code for this session. Make sure you take a picture, write it down, whatever you need to do, so you can get a PD credit for this.
So Claudio, as they're doing that, can you help me? Because I can't think of it right now. What TV show is with that Roswell?
Alien.
Well, there was a show called Roswell.
Okay, so maybe that's what it was. I was thinking Twilight Zone, but then I'm like, no, I feel like it was a TV show with a different name, but I don't know. We were just curious.
So Roswell was one, but I think Twilight Zone might have had some references to it. Gosh, what's the other one? Yeah, there was a movie called Roswell, and I think there was a TV show called Roswell.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to look it up. I was just curious because I'm like, I know that name. I was just trying to figure it out.
Totally going science fiction nerd here.
Well, and you had someone in the chat that said that they were big sci-fi Roswell fans too. So
cool.
That prompted
I'm not alone.
That prompted my question.
Her curiosity. She was on
Yes.
her phone looking.
I was trying to find it. I'm like, no, I know
Was
it.
there any questions? Because again, I can't see what's going on, but was there any questions that came through? And if there do, just let me know.
Yeah, we have been answering, like, I can't see the same thing. So we're responding to the questions that I know or that we know. If I don't know the question, I will save it to the end, or I'll just interrupt you.
Well, and I think we figured out one of the only things was that you're on a Mac and most of our teachers are going to be on a Windows machine.
Yeah, so they're like, we can't see the dots. And stuff
yeah,
like,
so if there's anything that's really different between the two platforms, if you could just mention that. I think that for the most part it's the same, but
yeah, for the most
just
part,
in case.
the same. The only thing is like the tabs in Chrome may look a little bit different, but the actual interface for Spark is pretty much the same.
Okay, perfect.
All right, well then
All
I'm
right.
going to stop sharing and then you take it away.
Awesome. All right, perfect. So like I was saying, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to share a text portrait photo. We're going to do that. So I'm going to click on the blue plus sign and come down to custom size graphic. And for this one, we're going to go, let's go social post. I'm going to go, actually, I think, yeah, I'm going to do Instagram portrait, and we'll see. Because again, I could always change it if I don't like it. All right, so here is a blank slate. And what I'm going to do is come over to photos, and I'm going to go to my Lightroom because that's where I have all my pictures. And hopefully, I think my picture should be in here. And we'll find out if I did save it or not. There we go. Social promo pictures. I think I have it in here. Okay, I think I'll do this one right here. It's kind of of a silly picture. Let's see, make sure I'm not missing it. What I'm trying to do is find a picture where I'm symmetrical, where I'm basically facing the camera straight ahead, and it looks somewhat even on both sides. I think I'm just going to go ahead and go back to that one where I had all those crazy cables. Perfect. I'll do that one. And I'm going to click on the picture. And here's a little trick with the picture. You know, it has a handle so you can move that. But if you click over here where it says add to background, it basically snaps to the section. So I'll click there, boom, and now it fills it up. So that's kind of a little trick right there. Now, the only thing is it is snapped to the background. So you're not able to, you know, I can't make it smaller. I can make it bigger. Oh, see my beard? Ooh, all right. So we're going to leave that. And so the next thing is we're going to add a text. So we're going to add some text here. And this is a real fun one because this one's one of those where, you know, students or yourself, you're sharing a story like one of your, maybe you have a motto, something you live by, a saying, or you want to share a quote or just something, you know, that a thought you have. Sometimes that's one of those things that I do is I have a thought and I'll go ahead and share it on social media. So let's see here. I can do anything, even when it's crazy. All right. I'm just trying to match what's going on in that picture there. And I'm going to align this right. So I want to have all the words aligned to the right. And make it a little bit smaller. And actually, let me go ahead. I'm going to resize it. We're going to go back to, there we go. That's going to fit better. There we go. All right. I resized it so that way I can fit the text, make it larger. There we go. And what I'm trying to do is align it where it's kind of in the center of my face right here. And what I'm going to do is right about there is come down here. So you have options. These are effects that you can add to text or photos. And right here is an effect, is a shape. So if I slide it to the right, notice it added a shape around the text. And if I click right here where it says shape, let me move that up. I'm going to choose this right here, which is a rectangle around the whole text. And then come back over here, going to change the color of that text. We're going to go, I'm not, sorry, not the text, the shape. I'm going to go and change it to white. Now you're like, wait, I can't see the text. Well, I'm going to show you a pretty cool trick. Staying right here. See right here where it says mask text. So I'm going to click it and bam. Now it's see-through. Basically, it cropped out or it removed the text from the white space. And that's what I wanted to do. So now the next thing is we're going to let's adjust the alignment right here where it says spacing. We're going to increase the spacing of the lines. And then let's see down here, go back down to shapes down here. Let's see, got like too much space around the shape. Actually, let me go back. I don't want too much. There we go. So now the next thing, we're going to go over here where it says icons, and we're going to choose rectangle and hit enter. And we're going to click on any of these rectangles. It's okay if it's not the right color. And we're going, basically what we're doing is we're kind of like covering up that space right there. And we'll duplicate it, drag it down here, and duplicate it one more time. And we're going to, so basically what I'm doing is covering up that my picture there. Now we'll go and change all these to white. And boom, I've just created a text portrait photo. And I got my picture right here. And again, this text is overlaid so you can kind of see through to my face right there. Again, this is a great way to share kind of like an idea of something, a quote, put your student's picture, your picture, and kind of add a quote. Maybe you're doing a study on an author. Maybe there's a book you're reading. You can, find a free picture of something that you're referencing in the story, and then maybe put a quote there. I got this idea. I don't remember who's the artist, but there was a picture of John Lennon in one of the lines from one of the songs. I think it was Imagine. And it's like, hey, I wonder if I can do that in Adobe Spark. And boom, here it is. All right. So I'm going to call this text again, text portrait photo. And make sure I spell that right. Okay. All right. So my goodness, the time goes so fast. So I'm going to go ahead and head back to the home button over here. And I think what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and jump and reference Adobe Spark video. So I want to make sure I cover that. Remember, on the link that I shared with you, you'll have examples of other activities that you can check out and try. So here we go. We're going to go to Spark video here. And when you click on Spark video, you're given the option, hey, what is your story going to be about? What is it going to be called? You can actually skip this part. If you don't know what your story is, how many of us know when our story is going to be called right when we're writing it? Not many people do. And this, you can get stuck here. Your students can get stuck here. So we'll go ahead and skip that. And now you can jump right to what your stories are. Now, let's see here. These are templates that you can use. These are great. I definitely recommend if your students have a hard time figuring out, I have no idea how to start my story. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Use this. If it's a tell something that happened, a vacation. So they can go through here and, based on what they want to share, they can see, mine's kind of like, I want to kind of show something, how to do something. Well, that's kind of like teaching a lesson. Or you're saying, hey, I want to invite people to my party. Well, maybe you want to create an invitation. And all of those have basically they'll have scripts or an idea, like in this clip, tell what your story, or tell what the event is. In this clip, tell this. So you want to use those. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start from scratch.
You only have like a few minutes.
Oh, woo. Oh, maybe my time is wrong. Was it till 12, till 1? Maybe I was off. Sorry. Should we go ahead and continue this? And I don't want to cut it short.
Well, we have another session that Amanda and I did about Adobe Spark Video.
Okay, perfect.
I can take a look at that. Yeah, what you showed, OMG, was amazing. That little split. That was the quotes resemble like what we were doing, like folding the cheese. Yes. We were a mess in the beginning. That was
okay. Perfect then. Okay. Well, I just want to make sure we got enough here to get you all excited and start using Spark.
Yeah, we had a session in Adobe Spark Video, but we didn't have anything on post. So I'm glad you showed Adobe Spark Post. Something that we also saw in the chat is English. Adobe Spark, there's a shortcut in ClassLink. So if you go to additional resources, you'll see Adobe Spark. You click on that, and it automatically logs you in our domain.
Oh, nice.
That's if we're in Sci-Fair teachers and students, that's how they would log in, correct?
So the kids, yes. So the kids just go to ClassLink, additional resources, and you will see the Adobe Spark logo, and that'll be that. You automatically recognize that you're logged in. You need to teach me how you do that trick with the camera. That was genius. I'm like, where is the camera? Well, later, I guess, because I ran out of time.
Well, and your camera, I love the camera. You're like so crisp. Your camera is really good. So you need to send us the camera info too, so we can get one of those.
Once we figure it out, then yes.
Cool.
We'll figure it out. We always do.
Awesome. Yeah, well, definitely. The link I shared has, again, examples, and there's some templates in there, and then you could always check out my go to my website, iamclaudius.com, and I have my YouTube link there. So I have a ton of YouTube tutorials, Spark
Yes.
tutorials.
I've seen your YouTube. I've learned from you all the time with the
Awesome.
YouTube channel.
Was there any questions that came through that needed referenced or anything?
No, we took care of all the questions.
I'm sharing your website now.
Say she's so
Someone
good at the
said,
links.
does Adobe integrate with Google Classroom? We don't use Google Classroom here in Sci-Fair, but there are people from all over. So potentially we do have some Google Classroom users out there.
Yeah, so you basically, whenever you create a project, like you can share to like Teams, you can share to Google Classroom. So if there's like a project you want students to, you're sharing basically an end product with them or something with them, you can do that in Spark. So there's Google Classroom integration and Teams integration.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I know it's a Saturday and
it's lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. We're like, my stomach is rumbling. So thank you for being with us. It's not fair.
And man, that went so fast. Wow.
Yes.
It does go fast for sure.
When you're interested, we were like, oh my God, how's he doing that? How do you do that? So if you're just like me, you just go back and watch it again because
awesome.
I missed some things. Yeah. Well, thank you. That we're always supporting Sci-Fair. We love it.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
All right. Have a good rest of your day.
Take care. Bye, everyone.
Bye. And for our Sci-Fair people,
oh my gosh, we
we're
wrapped
done.
it up.
I think
It
we are
is
done.
over. Our very first dual channel. Thank you, Jamae. Dual channel EdTech Live. I loved it. The fact that you guys have so much choice and you can get 8 hours of PD. Remember that those forums are going to be open by until Sunday midnight.
Sunday at midnight. You need to submit the forms by then in order to get credit, but the sessions will be available after that day. You just won't be able to get credit. So just make sure if you want credit for the sessions that you are watching them and putting in that code before that time. So our next event is
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
So save the date.
Save the date and
yeah, April 2nd. Looking at my notes.
Save the date
Folding
and
the cheese.
make sure to join us. Yes. We totally missed that moment. It was like one of those Manny just promote them. Manny just
I'm like, I
promote 'em.
did.
It was totally a fold the cheese moment. If you know, you know. So
You're
anyway.
the Zoom person.
Anyway, thank you all for joining us. We hope you had fun here in our room. At least we smiled.
We
and
had
a good
fun.
time. We laughed
I have fun
through
with
it all.
Danielle. And Jamae's over here.
Yeah, Jamae came to join us.
Say bye.
She can say
Yeah.
bye.